Welcome my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we're going to talk about top 20 help desk issues with solutions. So what this is going to be is a presentation video in which problem is presented or an issue is presented, and then solution will be provided with some kind of visual cues or visual graphic. At times I will also pause the video and expand on the solutions in order to provide more beneficial knowledge and education for those people who are into help desk. So if you like this type of stuff, please click the like button. It really helps push this video further, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, and I know you will enjoy this video. All right, let's take a look.
Number 1. Mouse is not working or it has sticky keys. Cause: dirty mouse or spilled drinks. Solution: replace the mouse.
So this type of thing can happen fairly often. I mean, people are using their computers, people will be eating at their desk, and people will be drinking at their desk. This type of stuff happens, and of course you can just simply have an old mouse that just needs to be replaced. Very simple one. Let's move on.
Number 2. Keyboard is not working or it has sticky keys. Cause: dirty keyboard or spilled drinks. Solution: replace the keyboard.
So just like with the mouse, the best thing to do here is just simply replace the keyboard. Companies don't have time to necessarily try to clean and repair keyboards or mice, so the best thing to do is just to replace them and move on, since they are really cheap and company can afford them usually.
Number 3. Monitor is not working. Cause: power button not pressed, loose power cable, loose video signal cable, wrong configuration display settings, or bad monitor. Solution: press the power button, check the cables, adjust display settings, or replace the monitor.
So yeah, in this case, monitor simply needs to be turned on. Either that or cables are loose. Those are very likely things that actually do happen in help desk. And of course, you can have a bad monitor. One of the indicators for that is that monitor is acting weird in the sense that the colors are off, there are lines going through, or simply just shutting off by itself. Those are all indicators of monitor going bad, and the best thing to do here is replace. Of course, make sure you check all the things on the computer first before you do, and before you do replace the monitor, because yes, a lot of times you can find display settings that are simply off. And an example of that is font changes, resolution changes, where things look bloated and larger than usual, but yet the picture kind of looks normal, except the fact that things look different. So those are the things you need to check when it comes to settings in order to resolve this issue if it's not a bad monitor. All right, let's move on.
Number 4. No internet connection. Cause: cable disconnected, modem turned off, router turned off, bad cable, or no signal from provider. Solution: connect the cable, turn on modem, turn on router, replace cable, or contact internet service provider.
So as something that would happen a lot of times to a home user or somebody working from home, their internet may go out. Sometimes users would call the internet the intranet as well, meaning that they would say my internet is out, but it's actually their intranet that is broken, or their network connection at the office. So they can be a little bit of confusion there when it comes to user reporting this issue, but either way, make sure you check all the settings and kind of go through the PC if possible. But the chances are, if you're not physically there to check the connection, this may be a little bit difficult to troubleshoot, because you can't use any remote desktop type of software if indeed there is no internet connection. But do your best, guide the user through all the things. Make sure the cables are checked, make sure they're plugged in, make sure the router is plugged in up to a point. But if it's a home user, chances are you may have to tell them to call their internet service provider to get their internet back online.
Please take a moment to like this video at this time. Doing this not only helps me, but others find this very useful video. Thank you very much. Number 5. A specific website is not working. Cause: website is down, website link has changed, website link is wrong or typoed. Solution: contact the webmaster, check the website link, check for typos in the link.
So this ties in from our previous issue where internet is not working. And yes, you can check that as well. But most of the time, this issue is related to a wrong link or the website is simply down. This is something we have to double check with the user, ask them if the internet link is correct or if they can access other websites. That would be another indicator of whether it's just simply internet or network connection is down. So go through these steps with the user and help them as much as you can when it comes to this fairly simple issue.
Number 6. File missing on a computer. Cause: user deleted data, user forgot to save data, program removed, system crash, OS reinstalled, or bad broken storage. Solution: check recycle bin, check backup storage if any, restore folder files function, Windows restore point. Latter causes may have no solution, for example bad broken storage, OS install, or not saving files.
So there are actually many things that can cause this, starting from users simply deleting the file to corrupted local profile. And this is what I mean by user data is missing. This can happen sometimes where something goes wrong and then suddenly their local profile is damaged or corrupt and they've lost all kinds of things. Of course, there are other places you can look for backups, whether they have like a backup drive of some sort or anything that might be automated that you can look for a copy of it. But sometimes these files can be simply found in the root of C or anywhere else. So this is one of those things you will have to kind of talk to the user and ask them exactly where they kept this type of stuff. A lot of times you can restore them if there is system restore activated on the computer, or if it's a shared, for example, drive somewhere on the network that you can simply restore files on. These are some of the things you have to work with customer on or user on and kind of ask them in detail what is it that they're missing and where from.
Number 7. Cannot receive or send emails. Cause: inbox limit size reached, Windows password change, data corruption. Solution: delete old emails, delete old calendar items with large attachments, update password for email client, clear cache for internet email clients.
So inbox limit size it was something that was common in Outlook. Server or Exchange server would limit the size of the inbox, and if you reach that limit, which back in the day used to be fairly low, people would reach that limit sometimes fairly quickly, and by that I mean maybe a couple of years. But in a, if you work for a company for 5 years, that's going to happen. So in that case, you have to make space or simply request for the inbox to be enlarged or to be, to be bigger. This is one of those things you can, I guess, reach out to the Exchange server support and ask them to do so. But the quick solution is to delete old files, old emails, and a lot of times calendars will have large attachments. Anything that has attachments, they will take up a lot of space and quickly add up in size. Nowadays, people are also switching over to web-based email clients, in which case emails can also be corrupted, and then in that case you would simply have to delete the cache for that browser, for example Chrome or IE. So you can just flush all of that stuff and then suddenly email may start working. Kind of a very important thing to kind of think about, but also a very common thing that happens in help desk.
Number 8. The printer is not working. Cause: printer not installed, wrong printer, no paper or ink, bad driver or configuration. Solution: install printer, change default printer, add paper or ink, use correct driver configuration, and adjust it.
So in this case, I actually left out the one thing, is that jammed paper. That can happen sometimes too. But yeah, you can run out of ink. You can have simply just too many people trying to use the same printer. There could be like a queue, or a print spooler system, could be stuck and needs to be reset. Or a lot of times if you have a secure print, which is companies are kind of trying to use that nowadays a lot more, is that when you try to print, something requires your personal PIN. You type in the PIN and then you have to go to the printer to actually, receive that print by typing in your code. That's called secure print. And yeah, any of these things can be a problem, including the bad driver and whatnot, in which case you would do all these things to kind of resolve. But the main thing to think about here is that there are many other things, or many things that are available here as a solution that you should go through and kind of try any of those things to say if it'll fix it. Yeah, just because there's one issue doesn't mean that there's one solution either. So we have to kind of keep all these things in mind in order to resolve these issues quickly and kind of memorize them so we can be a good help desk employee.
Number 9. Headset or headphones are not working. Cause: sound configuration not set properly. Input and output cable connections are not connected properly, or it's a bad headset. Solution: configure playback and recording device. Check input-output connections on the computer. Replace headset if broken.
So another very common issue is sound issues. These type of things happen a lot, especially when people are using headsets that were kind of purchased on their own, which not necessarily a bad thing, but company usually, if it's like a call center, they will provide headsets that are all the same. So that way when you just plug it in and it just works, typically a USB. But a lot of times you come across headsets that have two jacks on them. For example, separate for a microphone and separate for the speaker. Those are the ones that are most commonly need to be configured. So keep that in mind. But either way, make sure that you go to into the sound control panel and check all these settings. Make sure that all the volumes are adjusted and microphone gain as well. And then, of course, test it with the user. But a lot of times, you just have to make sure that the default sound settings are set, and that should take care of it.
Number 10. Blue screen of death. Cause: bad hardware or drivers, or overclocking the CPU. Solution: check hardware, for example RAM, CPU, hard drive, GPU. Check CPU clocks and update drivers.
Most of the time, the issue here is hardware. So check all of these things. It could be as simple as an memory stick is going bad or not seated properly. It can be a bad hard drive or hard drive going out. Make sure you do a hardware test on all of these things to kind of resolve this issue. And one thing that I actually haven't mentioned is that it could be CPU or PC, I should say, overheating. So the computer itself might be dirty and dusty, which may need cleaning. But most of the time, that would just kind of crash the computer, but wouldn't necessarily give you a blue screen of death. But generally speaking, from my personal experience, blue screen of death was always from bad hardware. Some piece of hardware on the computer is going bad. 99.9% chance. All right, let's move on.
Number 11. Computer is slow. Cause: background processes, updates, or virus. Low RAM, low hard drive space, or a bad hard drive. Solution: wait for updates to finish, remove virus, add more RAM, make space on hard drive, replace hard drive.
So in a business type of environment, most of the time this issue is related to updates running in the background. Computer a lot of times is left turned off overnight, which users sometimes do that. At the end of the day, they click shutdown instead of rebooting the computer and letting it stay on so you can get updates overnight. So yeah, updates are a main cause of this, but it can be an issue with the user opening up 40 different windows. We all know that, for example, if you open up Chrome and you look at the processes, you can see that for some reason there are like 5 to 10 Chromes open, but yet you have 2 different windows that you can see visually. So programs can do this and can sometimes take up processing power, and of course, keep an eye out for viruses. Check all these things, but chances are in a business type of environment, it's just updates, or there are just way too many things going on, and computer maybe need more RAM or something like that, or maybe even more processing power. But for this, task manager and looking at the processes is the best way to figure this out.
Number 12. Computer restarts for no reason with message restarting. No reason is what user would say in PC support. Cause: Windows updates, software updates. Solution: finish updates, or you can force updates through Windows. Software updates should not restart more than once.
So exactly what I kind of mentioned earlier. Notice how all of these things are tied in, and that's done on purpose so it's easier to follow my videos. By the way, if you want a written copy of this, it is on my website. There is a link that's going to pop up right now. It's on cosmicnovo.com. But yes, updates are the main cause for random restarts. Program, a lot of times to finish installing, has to reboot the computer. And this sometimes happens in the middle of the day because update hasn't finished or didn't get a chance to update at all overnight when the computer was supposed to be turned on. But keep in mind, don't be rude to the customer or user and tell them this. Just kind of ask them about it. And also, sometimes computer just doesn't want to wake up. The computers will go to sleep as scheduled in order to save power and save company money from electricity. And it doesn't want to wake up. So of course it's not gonna get updates. So keep in mind on that.
Number 13, computer shut down for no reason, no message or error. Computer goes silent, no beeps. Cause, bad power supply, bad GPU, bad CPU settings. Solution, test power supply unit or replace if needed. Test GPU by removing it. Check CPU and heatsink, replace it with new thermal paste.
So of course, there's no indicator of what happens and the computer just shuts down. Boom, gone, it's dead, there's nothing, there's no error, nothing. So number one reason, power supply went out or the electricity went out. That's possible too. But there you wouldn't necessarily have a trouble ticket or be talking to somebody if the power just simply went out in their home or at the office. The computer would just turn back on afterwards. But also keep in mind, when I talk about this CPU and changing the thermal paste, this can also happen when the computer is overheating, which I haven't mentioned yet, but now you know. So yes, it could be overheating and maybe it just needs to be cleaning. But a lot of times CPU just not seated properly or any of these things. But keep in mind, bad power supply, overheating, computer just crashes. That's it. Check those things and should be good to go.
Number 14, computer is not working as reported by the user, PC support situation. Cause, many things can cause this. More information is needed. Solution, refer to previous solutions to troubleshoot.
So this is presented as an issue because user reports it as an issue. This is why it's not computer specific. You would literally get a trouble ticket that says nothing is working. I don't know. That's what the user would say. I don't know what's going on. Nothing is working. Nothing is working. So this is why I say refer to all of the things that I mentioned that was aforementioned or previously mentioned. Aforementioned. I'm not sure if I'm using that correctly. But anyways, refer to all the troubleshooting things we've learned so far in order to resolve their issues. So check all of those things. And of course, there will be more issues that we're going to see in this video. So let's keep going.
Number 15. Computer making loud fan noise. Cause, dust, overheating, or fan vibration. Solution, remove dust, replace CPU with thermal paste, check for loose fans, vibration inside the PC.
So you guys probably seen this if you have or heard of a loud PC, just the fan is going crazy. Like as if you turn on the space heater and then it's really, really loud. That's typical of overheating. Overheating, if it happens all the time. But it can happen when computer is on the full load. So for example, whenever I'm editing this video and I tell it to encode the video, it uses 100% of my CPU and then suddenly I can hear my fans kick on. That's normal. But if it's happening all the time, then there's something wrong with the computer itself. I mean, chances are maybe there is a virus in the background just kind of using all the processing power. Who knows? But check all these things, but chances are it's just overheating. I've also seen an issue where it's just a bad, weird motherboard issue, hardware related. So it's kind of hard to explain because it's not something that happens a lot. But basically what would happen is the computer would be turned on. It looks like it's turned on, but there's nothing going on except the power supply is going full blast. It's really loud, and that's a sign of a bad motherboard. It's pretty rare. This is why I haven't mentioned it, but just kind of keep an eye on that. It's kind of fun to know about.
Number 16. Wi-Fi is slow. Cause: distance from Wi-Fi, overcrowded use, bandwidth limit, signal interference with other devices. Solution: move closer to source of Wi-Fi, too many people using Wi-Fi, change bandwidth limit, change Wi-Fi signal channel.
So yeah, of course, we all know that bad Wi-Fi or slow Wi-Fi is signal related. A lot of times signal related, and especially it's obvious when you see that, it's only like 1 or 2 bars. And chances are, if you are working from home, that may not be the case, and that the issue is most likely related to some other computers, or maybe even your computer just taking up all the bandwidth. So yeah, we don't know. This is something though, some one of those things we have to talk to the user about and ask him a little bit more details about it, what's going on. But before we send them off to calling their internet service provider if it's at home. If it's at Starbucks or, for example, any of those coffee shops or somewhere public, nothing we can do about that. But if it's like at home, ask them, hey, is there anybody else in the home that's using or watching Wi-Fi or watching TVs? Something that takes up a lot of bandwidth, which could be slowing them down. Yes, of course, you can look at the task processes and see if there's anything in the background process, and look at the network activity on through the task manager and see what's going on there. You can look at all these things and see if it's their computer or it's just simply slow. I mean, you can do a bandwidth test and see what kind of speed they're getting, and then look at the task manager and the networking activity, see if it's something going on their computer. Because they could also be getting updates, we don't know, because updates can sometimes take up a lot of not just processing power, but also bandwidth, especially if they're on Wi-Fi and it's limited. So check those things, and then it should help you get to the solution there.
Number 17. Internet is slow. Cause: too many downloads, too many users, internet service provided data throttling, or a virus. Solution: limit downloads, limit users sharing connection, reset modem, this can help with throttling, and check for viruses.
So again, another thing that ties in with our issues with solutions, if the internet is slow, check all these things that are listed. Make sure that there's no limit cap on internet, stuff like that. But you can resolve that by changing all of these settings. But it just depends on what kind of help desk you do. If you're doing help desk for a business, just that supports everybody, not just at their offices or at a home, but if it's something that you can't fix, as in like this is ISP issue, their internet service provider should be able to look some of these things when it comes to data throttling, if that's the issue, or limiting bandwidth on the users that are on the network in order to have internet working properly. But anyways, use all these things that I've taught you so far to resolve this one, because it can be tricky. Just be patient with the user and kind of go through all these things to make sure that you can touch on everything and do everything you can to help them out if possible.
Number 18. Can't log in to PC. Cause: password has changed, account is locked. Solution: reset password, unlock account.
So if you watched a lot of my videos, you can see that I've touched on this. This is one of the main things that happens on help desk: password resets. User can't log in. So yeah, simply assist them with their password, check their account, see if they're locked. If they're locked, unlock them. If they need password change, give them a temporary password. Assist them with that, and that should solve it. There are some odd issues that can happen when it comes to login, especially if it's VPN related. For this, I have a special video for that if you want to check it out. So I have a video specific to VPN password issues, and you're more than welcome to check them out. I'll have it pop up right above my head somewhere.
Number 19. Can't log in after password change. Cause: not using the new password, typo, or locked account. Solution: reset password, carefully type password after account is unlocked.
So this can happen when user tries to change their password on their own. They would get that notification, hey, your password is going to expire today. So they change it, they lock their computer, or it depends how they're set up. Sometimes they go through a website or something like that. It all depends. Anyways, they end up changing their password, but they suddenly can't log in. So yeah, do the same thing, kind of go through and look at their account, see what they did. There should be a log of it or what they did, and then if needed, unlock them, change their password, and kind of participate with them in when it comes to logging and make sure that they're doing it correctly. It's a very common type of thing that you can expand on even further when it comes to help desk.
Number 20, nothing is working. This is usually reported to PC support. Cause, unknown, need more information. Solution, contact professional PC support for assistance.
So the reason I have this here like this is because users can sometimes panic and just literally call the help desk and say, nothing is working. And then, of course, you have to be, number one, friendly with the user and use all of the things that you've learned so far and your own personal experience to help them resolve their issue as much as possible. If they're furious, they may not have patience with you, but as long as you have patience with them, you can resolve this. And I encourage you that you try. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Please share this video with your friends. If you have any questions or if you are interested in more of help desk stuff, I have a lots of that type of stuff and always will be. So don't forget to subscribe and check out my other videos. I have a lots of help desk stuff and I have a whole playlist with a lots of videos in it. Alright. Take care and have a good one. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. This video is specifically designed for those looking to get a job or a better job. Also serves as a motivational video to those who are not so inclined to do so. Of course, this video will be to the point, factual, realistic, so there will be no sugarcoating. Keep that in mind. So, I have a simple question to ask you. Are you happy with your current job? If you don't have a job, of course you are not happy with the job because you're not employed right now. This is something you need to rectify. This is a decision you need to make, and you cannot make any excuses about it. And if you are currently employed, you may not be happy with your current job, whether it's really related to income or just the people that you work with, then you're definitely in the right place and you need to get a new job. So everything you do from now on will require effort. Everything you do from now on will require effort. Everything you do from now on will require effort. The reason I said that 3 times because it's incredibly important and it starts with your resume. One of the main things that we tell ourselves, oh, I don't feel like updating my resume. It's going to be really hard to update my resume. Who cares? If you really want that job, you're going to make this effort. Or you're going to make it in such a way that you're going to tailor that resume to each job that you're applying for specifically. So what do I mean by that? Let's say you find a job and you look at the description and you see that you can do this job. Well, all you got to do is put forward your experience that is specifically related to this job first so that the employer can see that. This will increase your chances drastically, and it doesn't take a long time at all. This is something that you simply have to do if you truly want that new job. Do you really want to make more money? Do you want to not deal with your horrible boss anymore? You're going to make this small effort and edit your resume. So you've updated your resume, you found a couple of different jobs that you seem to be interested in, you've applied for them, you even went as far as to create a cover letter for each to increase your chance. So what are your chances? That's a very good question because think about it. You've only applied for 2 jobs, so the honest answer is very low. Your chances are very low. Your chances are very low. Again, I emphasize this 3 times because this is just the reality of the world. Just because you feel and we do feel a lot that we are going to get that job, especially when we read that description and it's exactly something that we can do 100%. Our chances are actually still low. So how do we change that? Well, we apply to more than 2 jobs. We apply to 10, 15, 20, even more jobs. So I gotta ask you, are you afraid to fail? Are you afraid to fail? This is something so common that everybody can relate to. Nobody wants to put our chances on the line, especially true when it comes to interviewing for new jobs, putting ourselves out there and kind of exposing ourselves to what we are worth. And we are afraid that we will fail because people will judge us, and based off that will not give us that opportunity to prove ourselves. This is one of the biggest issues people have in not applying for new jobs. They're stuck at their old jobs, just kind of demolished and depressed, feeling from not making enough money to being tortured by bosses, by co-workers. You owe it to yourself to get over the fear and make way more effort for you, for yourself. You owe it to yourself. You have the responsibility towards you and towards people around you to place your best foot forward, as they say, and make the most effort in order to succeed. It's okay to be afraid. We are all afraid. Even person leading the interview may be afraid as well. And this is normal. It's normal to be afraid. It's our instinct. So what am I trying to tell you here is that you will fail a lot, but that's okay. You will learn from your failures. You will think about those failed interviews over and over in your head, and you will figure out eventually what went wrong. And yes, a lot of those mistakes will be due to the fact that you're too anxious, too nervous, too afraid to remember the correct answers that you may be asked. That's okay. Now you know how to deal with this, and over time you will just, I don't want to say the fear will disappear entirely, but it will be so minimized that you won't even notice it, especially if you go through, more than one interview. This will further increase your chances of getting that awesome job, and I highly encourage you to stay at it and never ever give up. Thank you so much for watching. Please share this video with friends, like it, or leave a comment. I'll be glad to answer any questions. And if you need help with the resume, I have a video on that as well. There will be a link after this video, so look for it there. Thank you so much again, and I wish you best of luck.
Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as Cobuman. Today we're talking about Outlook. Troubleshooting Outlook and some things we need to look at, especially if you're getting certain connection errors like so, right? These are some of the connection errors that you may receive when you use Outlook. And I'll explain to you how these can come about and the things you need to look at when it comes to connection issues within your Outlook. So let me go ahead and close this here. And in order for us to troubleshoot properly, we have to close Outlook and look at the certain settings that are within Outlook without actually having Outlook open. Because here's the thing, some things cannot be changed from within Outlook. For example, Exchange or email Exchange server settings. So let's say, for example, you have an Outlook and the first thing you get, it says cannot connect to the Exchange server. So what is Exchange server, right? Exchange server is an email server, right? So for those who are new to Outlook and want to learn more about this, whenever I say Exchange server, it means it's an email server that basically this is where your email account is, and this is where every time you log into your account through Outlook, all of your inbox
inbox data or emails, right? You can call them just emails, are located inside of Exchange server, right? So, I like to explain things in a totally different way than most of other guys that are on YouTube, or maybe even some other, educational platforms, because I think that it's important to explain things in such manner that it's easy to understand, right? So moving on, now we know what Exchange server is, and we know that Exchange server has our inbox, has our emails, and if we can't connect to it, then obviously we can't use this email, nor can we access any of data that's on there, right? So let's have a look. Let's say you have Outlook and you cannot connect to it. The first thing that we need to do when it comes to troubleshooting is obviously close Outlook and then access Outlook settings through Control Panel. So while you're inside a Control Panel, by the way, first time you open up Control Panel, whether it's in Windows 7 or 10 or 8, this is how it's going to look like by default. It's gonna be sorted and viewed by category. I personally like to change this immediately, and I usually go for small icons, but large icons will give you the same icons, it's just a little bit larger. So what I'm looking for is actually an icon that's called Mail within Control Panel. What this does, whenever I click on it, which is what I just did, it opens up our mail setup for Outlook. If you don't have Outlook installed, or Microsoft Office, if you will, Outlook comes as part of the Office, this icon will not be present inside of Control Panel. But here we are at the right place. Now, when it comes to troubleshooting, server connection, in our case, Exchange server connections, we have to look at our email account settings, which is the very first thing we have here. So that makes it pretty easy. And I'll actually go back down here to kind of show you what these other things are as well. So let's look at email accounts. So right now I have set up what is basically called IMAP /SMTP server settings for a Gmail account that I'm using. But nonetheless, this is how it will look like in a business environment. You would have your email address here, and it would tell you what type of account you have set up. Now, let me show you. This is exactly what happens when a user logs into the computer for the first time and they've never opened up Outlook ever, right? This is the first thing they will get right here. So if someone logs into a computer for the first time ever and they try to open up Outlook, they go in here and they find Outlook, right? There's Outlook, and then you click on it. This is the first thing that will show up because an account has never been configured previously. Typically, in a domain type of environment, so business environment, right? Your Exchange server settings, so your email settings for your domain account will be attached to itself, right? So that means that your domain login, so login for your computer, whenever you log into your computer, you see how I'm logged in right now, right? So if I sign out, right here, sign out, and then I log in with a different login, and it happens to be a domain login, it will have my email account information attached to it. So when I open up Outlook for the first time, this will automatically populate, of course, if set up correctly, but this is usually what happens. This will automatically populate, and it would be as in an example below, it would say something like this. For example, Alan Adams, this whole thing would be filled out. Alan at Contasso.com, and it would fill out your password automatically because it uses your login information to fill this out, and that way it automatically connects to the Exchange server, right? So once this is filled out, it will basically do it on, most of the time will do it on its own, and then you simply click next, and then it would go through this, and it's not going to connect now, obviously, but it would connect and it would, it would do its thing, and then you would simply click finish, and then you would get to your inbox. It would look just like this. Once we're done with that, you open up Outlook and it will look like this, similar like this. It wouldn't have Gmail, but it would have inbox, and you'd have your emails in there and whatnot, right? So that's how it would look like the first time you log in to Outlook, right? And this one is broken, the Gmail connection, so and I left that like that on purpose so that we can have a look. Okay, so let me close this here. Okay, now if you are in a type of business environment where you have to set up things manually, some businesses, especially smaller businesses, even though they have a domain login for the user, they may not necessarily have Exchange server set up in such manner where you would populate these things automatically. This is usually the case with older operating systems like Windows XP. I remember doing this back in the day. For every time somebody launched Outlook and they used Windows XP, I had to do it manually. I had to configure manual setup for the server types and this and that, right? So here's our options. If we select manual here and then go, click next, it gives us, a few options. The first thing is Microsoft Exchange Server or a compatible device. So we already know what the Exchange Server is, right? So we want to connect to it because this is a business environment. We want to connect to it. If we click next here, we would manually type in the name of the server. For example, it would be email server at, I don't know, let's say outlook.com, right? Let's say let's just say that that's the case, right? And if you click check name, it would find it and it would fill this out. And once it finds it, you would usually replace this in a domain profile format. So whatever you have for your domain, it would replace it, and it would know automatically that you are part of this email server, or basically that you do have access to this email server. And after that, you can simply click next and it would connect to it. Obviously, we can't do it because I'm not recording this at my work, right? That would be pretty bad if I actually did. So anyways, I'm going to click OK here and I'm going to cancel. But this is what would happen. So if you're having, okay, this one's being annoying, so I'm just going to leave it there for now. So if you're having email Exchange server connection errors, this is where you would look if you are doing it manually, right? Chances are, if you are doing it manually, that this is where your mistake would be, right? But if you're doing it automatically, and then if it populates everything automatically for you, then you don't have to worry about it because your domain login will have all this information attached to it, so you don't. So there's a high chance that that's not the issue. But when it comes to having a Exchange server connection issue, this is where you would check if you are configured manually, right? However, if you're still experiencing issues, and this is supposed to be done automatically, this and that, and you know that this is done correctly, there are no actual configuration issues with Exchange server. However, the main thing and the main reason why you cannot connect to an Exchange server if it's automatically set up for you and you don't actually do it manually is the fact that you may not be connected to the same network or domain, right? So let's say you're working from home and you're given a laptop and then you use this laptop to access your work email. Well, if you're not connected to the work network, obviously you're not going to be connected to the Exchange server. So that's something to keep in mind. In that case, you would start your VPN connection. You would create your VPN connection. And by the way, I will post a quick link here so you guys can see, learn a little bit more about VPN if you're interested in that. So you would start your VPN, and then once you connect to the VPN, then you'll be able to connect to that Exchange server, right? Now, there are quite a few different things you can look at, which I can save for another video because I don't want to make this one too long. But there are a lot of other things you can do when it comes to dealing with Outlook. You can add shared mailboxes, many other things that are actually pretty cool when it comes to Outlook. So let me just go back here real quick and look at a couple of other options since I have this opened up. The second thing down here is basically data files. You get to it from the same place as if you open this up and you just select data files. This is where you would have. This usually has your archive files, so they're usually .pst format. So any archives that you create from within Outlook will be located here. I've made an Outlook archive video, and I will also link that at the end of this video if you're interested for when it comes to archives, so you can have a look at that. Now, if you are experiencing just weird issues with your Outlook, and what I mean by that is, let me go ahead and open up Outlook. This is another troubleshooting thing you can look at. Let's say a user reports some random issues, they don't receive emails, there are issues with it, and you suspect that at some point there is an issue with their configuration, and you simply can't figure out what is it. You know, it's like, you know everything's set up correctly, the Exchange server set up correctly, they're connected, they're on the same network, but still they're having these weird issues. It may not even be a connection issue, but it's something that you really cannot explain. However, sometimes the best thing to do is to create a new email profile. If you look at the third bottom option here, it says profiles, right? If you click on show profiles, you will see the current profile that we are using for this account. And this one by default is called Outlook. So we know that since it's selected by default like this, always use this profile, we know that currently we are using that profile for this account. You can create multiple ones, and don't ever delete this one just in case. However, you can create a new one. So if you click add new, you can call it new profile or whatever you want, and then you can configure their profile again. This will create a brand new one. If you go to user's local profile, so if you go to root C, users, and I'm currently logged in under this username. So if you want to look at the Outlook data for this profile, you would go to app data, right? So it's user profile name, app data, and then you would look at local. And then from within local, you would go to Microsoft and then Outlook, right? And here's our profile, right? Here's our profile. We know that this is it, right? We looked at it so many times. You see? That's our profile for this. And this is local cached data for our inbox from the Exchange server. So every time you connect to the Exchange server, it downloads local cached version of the inbox, so that for faster access. You don't have to download it every time. And its extension is always going to be OST, right? Now you can also reset this by itself. So you close Outlook and you just right click delete. Now always rename it, don't delete it, but you can rename it. And once you open up Outlook once more, here, let's do that actually. It will create a brand new one. And that's one way to at least flush the cached version of the inbox if you suspect some issues. So I'm just going to call it old, and I'm going to open up Outlook again, right? And let me go back here. You can see how it created a brand new one for this. And once you do that, it will have to re-download everything that's in your inbox. So if you have a huge inbox, it may take a long time to actually populate anything. So let's say you do this, and you're doing it to troubleshoot Outlook, and the user is like, well, it's not coming back, I don't see anything, it's still broke, you broke it. No. If you look down here, you can see that it's downloading a little, like a bar here, and you would see it downloading right down here, right? So that's how you reset just the OST file. However, that doesn't reset the whole profile. So if you want to reset the whole profile, again, you would do it as so. You create a new one, new profile. All right. And I'm just going to create one real quick, just a kind of a fake one, if you will, right? Just going to create a fake one here. This should create a new profile for us. Now, whatever I just did here, you can ignore. I'm just creating another profile so you can see how we can have another profile set up. It's struggling here because it's trying to connect to something that doesn't exist, right? Okay. Finish. And now we have another profile. So if you want to use this new profile, you have to go here and select new profile, right? Because you don't want to confuse the user, like what's going on. If you do this and it says prompt for a profile, this is what would happen, right? You open up Outlook and it says, well, which one do you want to use? And the user is like, well, I don't know. And they end up picking up the old one. And then it's still broken, right? We don't want that. So what we do is always use this one, new profile, okay. Outlook, right? And it's trying to connect to this broken one. Anyways, that's what would happen. It would load the new profile that you created. Obviously, this was not going to work because you saw what I did. The information was totally wrong just for the sake of creating a new profile. But again, if I go back to my old one, right? Let's see here, control panel, mail. Let's say you messed up that one. You want to go back to the old one. Select the old one. Boom. Okay. Now Outlook, and there you go. We're back to the old one, right? So there's one more thing that you can look at. For example, if you look at the inbox here, right? If you look at data property and look at the folder size, you can see the actual size of the folder. So let's say you know that the limit of the Exchange server for the inbox is, I don't know, let's say 4 megabytes, right? So you would basically have a total size in here. So if you know the limit is 4 megabytes, which would show as 4,000 kilobytes, then if it's more than that, then you know that user may have an issue when it comes to the limit of how big of their inbox is. Now, usually user would just report issues with sending and receiving email. They would, for example, be able to send but not receive email. First thing you need to look at is the size of their inbox. See if it's full or not. If it's full, then they need to make space. They can do that by creating new archives or deleting some old emails. A lot of times they have stuff, they deleted stuff, but it's actually still in their deleted items folder, for example. You know what I mean? So we have to flush all that until we make enough space for the Exchange server have the ability to send and receive emails. So if you have more than, in our case, we used 4,000 kilobytes, then if a user has 5,000, total size 5,000, then we won't be able to send nor receive. It varies. It's kind of a weird thing, but that's one of the things we have to look at. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you liked this video. At the end of the video, I will have the link, or I guess the link to my other videos for the archives, and I will post it at the end of this video. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, like, leave a comment, and share it with your friends. Bye-bye. Welcome, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, I wanted to talk about one of the questions that I have in my article that is called Top 10 Hard Desktop Support Interview Questions and Answers. And in this video, I want to go into more of a detailed and demonstration on the answer itself. So let's go ahead and look at question number 2 that is within this article. And the question is, a user has transferred to another department within the company, and their local profile is missing many files and desktop icons. What do you think the issue could be? So my answer is basically in a format where you think out loud and you explain your steps on how you troubleshoot computer issues, and basically is a good way for interviewer to understand that you do know how to troubleshoot various computer issues. So I explain it in first, second, third, and last format. So it's first, second, third, and lastly, which makes my format to answer this question 4 parts. So let's go to look at the first. I would ask the user if they move to another computer, which could mean that their files are stored at another machine. Right, so if somebody literally switches computers, of course, that new computer is not going to have those files that are stored at the other machine. It could also mean that the new computer does not have the same software installed and icons for those would not be present. So if the new computer does not have the same program, of course, it's not going to have those icons. So let's have a look at an example of how that looks like. Here's a brand new login or brand new local profile created for this computer. And if I go inside my downloads, for example, it will be empty because it's a new computer. If I go inside of documents, it's going to be empty because I moved to a new computer. If I go to desktop, it's going to be empty because I moved to another computer. And this is just a shortcut to Microsoft Edge. What I'm talking about, missing files. So it's going to miss all those files that you created on the desktop. So let's say, let me show you here what I mean. So if I go here and create a, just a new file, it's going to show up on their desktop. So that's considered a, new file. This here is just a shortcut to the file. So of course, you move to another computer. You haven't transferred any of your files. You haven't, moved them to another computer. Of course, it's going to be empty. So that's why I explained it in such a way. Second thing is, let's say you missing icons for the computer. Of course, you're just going to have whatever's installed on this computer. This computer just happens to have Audacity, Google Chrome, OBS Studio, OpenOffice, and etc. But if you happen to have, Microsoft Office and you had a shortcut to Outlook, to Excel, to anything else on your desktop, of course it's not going to be there because this computer doesn't have that installed. Okay, now let's go to the second part of that answer. Okay, and second here it says, if user has not moved to another machine, I would check the Active Directory if any GPO or domain profile restrictions for users' new department are affecting the ability to create, view, or edit files. So let's have a look what I mean. If someone has been moved within Active Directory or their domain, chances are that their permissions to view, edit, or modify files have been changed, which could reflect on the way things look like on their computer. So if somebody moved to another department and that department has new restrictions in place where it doesn't allow them to view a lot of things which can be modified. For example, you would go in here and look at this PC, or previously known as my computer in Windows 7. Chances are they may not even be able to see this. They may not even be able to see local C, let alone any files that are within the hard drive, right? Because changes on the domain level or within Active Directory have suddenly, are suddenly preventing you or the new user to access, view, or edit any of these files. This sometimes happens. Some departments have more restrictions on their users or on their associates. They don't want them to do certain things. They don't want them to view certain things. So suddenly they got migrated to the new part of the Active Directory where they have more restrictions. This has replicated, and chances are whenever they go in here, they won't be able to see any of this. So by the way, one way, if you're missing, if you can't see local C drives or any of these drives listed here, you can just simply type in C. A lot of times that's actually open like that. So let's go ahead and have a look at our third part of this answer. User may have received a new domain login which inherently does not have access to previously used local profile which has the old login ID attached to it. So if somebody moves to a new department and they decide to tell them, okay, now you're going to use this login, when they log in, it would be just like this. They log in and it would be just like this. Their new profile. This is their new profile that they got. Their new login is their new profile, right? And it will be empty. It will be empty just like this. So what is the reason for that? It's because their old profile has all the stuff. So let's look at root of C again and our users folder. Once we go inside of here, let's say, and this is the fact now, I am using this one, right? YT login. That's my login ID right now. If I previously used this one, everything that's inside of that, it's going to stay inside of that. So now I'm suddenly using this one. Of course, it's going to be empty. So in order to restore that, obviously you will go back inside of this, go into the, if you have the permissions, obviously, go inside and, copy paste all the data that's within their documents and everything else on their desktop and just restore it back here, into their new login. And that's the reason for that. Anytime you change login ID, it's going to, create everything brand new, and all the old stuff is going to be located on the old profile, which you can transfer back. Okay, now let's have a look at my last thing that I would say as an answer to this question during an interview. Lastly, if any of the situations described apply, I would act accordingly to resolve the issue. If user files are located somewhere else and if permitted by the company policy, very important, I would transfer them back to the user. Same goes for any missing software. So what I'm saying here is that if it's a common practice for their company to create backups, I would restore all of their documents to them, and I would also transfer all the software that they used to have to the new computer if they happen to move to a new computer. Of course, this is all, depending on the company's policy. Their manager at the new department may say, nope, they don't need this. So of course you would double check that to make sure that that is allowed as well. So this is a very fun thing to think about, because this happens a lot in desktop support where suddenly everything's missing and they don't know what happened because users don't know. And sometimes they'll panic and they would go and they're like, oh, I'm missing everything. Everything's missing. And sure enough, you go in, desktop is pretty much empty, documents are empty, everything's empty, but they don't know what happened. So hopefully you help them, or you've been notified ahead of time. So if you're a local desktop support, hopefully you've been notified ahead of time that this person is moving to another department, and then you can help them, by creating, a backup of their local profile, or simply moving it from one computer to another, which you can simply do over the network. You can just simply go to the back door and just type in // 2 backslashes, name of the computer, name of the computer where they used to sit, and just type in C and $. This should be able to access their old computer. And once you do that, basically it will just, it will basically get you into the root of C like this. It would just say the name of the computer there rather than just C. And then it would say name of the computer with C, /C, and then in here you can just go, what is their old profile, and then you find it, and then usually what I do is, I go like this: desktop, documents. I would highlight all of this, usually their favorites. Then I would copy, and then access his or her computer remotely that they're using currently. Go back here, find their new profile, whatever that may be, at the other computer, and then just paste it. Usually it didn't like that because I did it on the same login, but if I go into and find another login, it would simply just update the profile or the folders that are there. It's not going to create duplicates. Then that only did that because I did it on the same local profile. Trust me, I've done this hundreds and hundreds of times. Alright guys, I hope you find this video helpful in your help desk, desktop support, or whatever it is that you're doing, right? So let me know if you have any questions. I'm here for you to help you out. So don't be shy. I'll help you with any questions that you may have. And let me know if you like this type of stuff. Smash the like button. tell your friends about me. If if you like this type of stuff, they might like it too. All right, guys, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Welcome to Windows 10 Crash Course. This video can be used as a learning material. It can also be used as a refresher for IT professionals. If you appreciate this information, please share it with friends and family. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good day. How to change password in Windows 10. On your left hand side, right next to the Start button, click inside the search box and type in Manage Account. The first thing that should come up on top of your search should be Manage Your Account System Settings. Go ahead and select that, or simply hit Enter on your keyboard. Once we are at this window, we can see the name of our account and which type it is. On your left hand side, select Sign In options. If you scroll down a little bit, you will see a menu called Password and a box named Change. Go ahead and select that button. Click Change. Here we need to type in our current password. Go ahead and select Next on the bottom. And this window is where we change our password. I would suggest using combination of letters and numbers. Go ahead and type in your new password once. In the below box, type in the same password again. And in the third and final box, you can type in hint for your password. After you're finished, select Next. In my case, I'm going to cancel out because I don't want to change my password at the moment. How to add a new login account in Windows 10. This is usually done when you share your computer with another person. Right next to your Start button on the left hand side, click inside the search box and type in Add Account. As a search result on top, first thing should be Add, Edit, or Remove Other People System Settings. Go ahead and select that with your mouse or simply hit Enter on your keyboard. If you'd like to add another person, scroll down a little bit and select Add Someone Else to this PC under Other People tab. Go ahead and click that. In the next window, you have two options. You can use your Microsoft email as a login, whether it's from Outlook.com, MSN.com, or anything else that might be related as listed here. However,
I like to create personal local accounts, which does not require internet connection to work. Underneath the email box, there's an option that says, I don't have this person's sign-in information, sort of towards the bottom here. Go ahead and select that. Here will give you an option to create a Microsoft account. Again, this requires internet connection to work properly. However, as stated previously, I like to create local user accounts. As you can see on the bottom here, it gives you an option to select add a user without a Microsoft account. Go ahead and select that. Otherwise, fill out this information. Here, you will give it an option to create a username for this person's account. Let's say this person's name is Larry. Type in Larry in the first box. In the second box, type in the password of your choosing. Make sure, well, I should say it's recommended to use a combination of letters and numbers. Once you type in your password twice, you can type in the hint for your password. For example, hint. Once you fill this out, go ahead and click Next. And there you have it. Once you log out of this computer by selecting the search box on the left side, select the little person icon, and then you select Sign Out. Now you can select Larry as an option, and then Larry can use his password to log in. How to change the screensaver in Windows 10. On your left hand side, right next to the Start button, click inside the search box and type in Themes. The top result should be Themes and Related Settings. Go ahead and select that, or simply hit Enter on your keyboard. Once you're there, on your left hand side, about halfway down, look for an option that says Lock Screen. Go ahead and select Lock Screen on the left side. In this window, on the right hand side, we need to scroll down until we come across an option that is called Screensaver Settings. Go ahead and select Screensaver Settings. This brings you to a familiar pop-up from previous versions of Windows, and in here you can change your settings accordingly. Personally, I prefer a blank screensaver and 5-minute wait time. How to change your account name in Windows 10, also known as your login name. On your left hand side, right next to the Start button, click inside the search box and type in Control Panel. The top result in your search should be Control Panel Desktop App. Go ahead and select that, or simply hit Enter on your keyboard. On your right hand side, you should see a top option called User Accounts. Go ahead and select User Accounts. Similarly to the previous window, we have another option in the top middle here called User Accounts once more. As previously, we need to select User Accounts. Select User Accounts. Here, you will have an option in the middle called Change Your Account Name. For this to work, you need to have administrator privileges, as you may notice here on the right hand side for my current login account. If you do have administrator privileges, go ahead and select Change Your Account option. Here we can type in new account name. Once you're happy and satisfied with a new name, go ahead and select Change Name box on your right hand side. Since I'm not going to change my name, I'm going to click Cancel. How to create a restore point and enable system protection in Windows 10. Next to your start bar, in the search box, type in Restore. First thing that comes up on the very top will be Create a Restore Point application. Go ahead and select that, or simply hit Enter on your keyboard. First, we need to enable system protection in order to create a restore point. Select the Configure box. Here we need to select Turn on System Protection. Underneath where it says disk space usage, go ahead and allocate the amount of space you want to use for your system restore and backup. Once you're satisfied, go ahead and click Apply and OK. Now we can create a restore point. Go ahead and click the Create button. Name it whatever you like. Select Create. After a few seconds, your first restore point will be created, after which, if your computer crashes or you lose some data, you will have a backup of your file system. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Today I'm going to talk about one of the most overlooked and awesome features of Google Chrome that a lot of people may not be aware of, right? And what I'm talking about is specifically being able to create personal desktop icons for websites that you normally visit. So while I'm downloading Google Chrome here, actually let me get it going and installing here real quick. And then once we get to the desktop, I'll show you exactly what I mean and how awesome this feature is. There was just a pop-up for Chrome asking me whether I want to install it. See all these icons that I have, for example, for Audacity, Control Panel, Firefox, OpenOffice, and Skype. Well, guess what? You can create these same type of icons for each website that you use. For example, let's say you go to your favorite email provider. Let's say you go to Gmail. You can create that specific shortcut to that Gmail account without you having to open up your browser each time go to your bookmark, or even type it in Google and clicking Gmail and this and that, you can create an icon that would simply state here, it would just say Gmail, right? So that's really awesome and handy, because you can have a list of different icons on your desktop for all the things that you use the most while you're browsing the internet. And of course, I find that very useful, because I have so many things that I access on a daily basis, whether it's multiple email providers, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Twitter, whether it's, of course, my YouTube channel, whether it's anything else that I access, which are so many things that at this point I can't even remember entirely. And the reason I didn't have Chrome installed on this computer is because this is a laptop that I mainly use on the go, and it's not very powerful, to be honest, and Google Chrome tends to be resource intensive. So for this demonstration, I will go ahead and obviously, well, you can see that I'm installing it right now just so I can demonstrate this to you. But that's the only reason I don't have Google Chrome already installed. But either way, this is a good way to kind of see Google Chrome installation as a bonus feature of this video, I suppose, right? It's almost done here, and once it's done, we'll go ahead and go and visit Facebook first, and maybe a couple other ones, and then we'll create these awesome desktop icons that will make this easy. Again, especially if you're logging into random websites that you need to access, whether it's some kind of a, like I said, email, whether it's some kind of a business account, PayPal or whatever. You can create these shortcuts on your desktop that will take you there instantly. Of course, you have to have cookies enabled in order to have automatic sign-in into your accounts. Otherwise, you will have to log in into each one of them. But this is something you can certainly set up, and oh man, it makes your life so much easier, especially if you're visiting a lot of different stuff. It's almost done here, and you can see how my computer is, this laptop I should say, and it's not incredibly fast. And okay, well, we got it installed, so let me just go visit well, I was going to type in facebook.com, and once we get there, I will create this awesome icon that we need. Okay, so here we are. This is the facebook.com, obviously. On the right hand side, towards the top of your browser, there are these three dots, sort of like a column dots, right next to your little star for a bookmark. We're going to head and just click these three dots. Then we're going to go to More Tools, and then we're going to select Add to Desktop. Okay. And then you can select that. This is another feature that I really like. You can select it so it opens up as a window. So you will have a separate session of this, if you will. And it's kind of neat because you won't have anything else around here once you open it. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and close it here. Here's your Facebook icon, right? So once I double click it, it's going to open it up as its own window, which is really, really awesome. I really like this. Oh boy, it's so slow. Now you see, this just kind of goes to show. But see, if you already logged in and you have cookies enabled, this and that, you will be directly logged into Facebook at this point. So next time you can just click this icon, it will take you to Facebook directly. Let's try something else. Let's try an email provider. Okay, come on now. All right, let's go to Yahoo since I had it typed in earlier. Yahoo. And here we go. I'm going to click Mail. And I'm going to do the same thing. The three dots on the right-hand side. Go all the way down to More Tools. And then select Add to Desktop. Okay. See, now we have our Yahoo login. Now let's do that with Google. Gmail. Let's do Gmail. Okay. Go to three dots. more tools, at the desktop. And now let's go to YouTube. When we go to the YouTube, we can do the same thing. Click on the three dots, go to more tools, and select add to desktop. Once we move this here, we double click YouTube and it will take us to our YouTube. But then again, I mean, I do realize this is essentially creating shortcuts, which you can certainly do by right-clicking on your desktop, select New, Create Shortcut, you know, type in HTTP or S, you know, whatever's more convenient for you, youtube.com, select Next, call it YouTube. As you can see, there's just more work, and it will just give you a shortcut called YouTube, you know. And then, you know, you get into this thing where it just thinks it's a regular internet shortcut, while with these type of icons you can literally specify for it to go directly to where you need it, wherever you logged in, where you left off. I find this incredibly useful, and I hope you guys do too. If you like this video, please leave a like. If you like my videos, please subscribe. I will have more videos in the future. And thank you so much for watching. Have a good one. Bye-bye. How to disable Cortana in Windows 10. If you're like me, you'd prefer this feature disabled. On your left-hand side, select the Start button. Select inside the search box. On the left-hand side, you will see Settings button. It will look like a cog. Go ahead and select it. Here, the first option will let us toggle Cortana on and off. Right now, she's turned on. If you select it, it will turn her off. While you're at it, you can go ahead and disable other features, like use Cortana even when my device is locked. Taskbar tidbits. Scroll down. My device history. You can disable that. If you'd like to disable user controls in Windows 10, you can certainly do so, and I will show you how. Keep in mind that little pop-up you get every time you try to install a program, or whenever a program tries to make changes on your computer, serves as a safety feature. But I will show you how to turn it off. On your left-hand side, next to the Start button, click inside the search box and type in user account. First thing that comes up on top will be called Change User Account Control Settings. Go ahead and select that or press Enter. In this window, we can see the current level that it's set to. Currently, it notifies me only when apps try to make changes to my computer as default. If you'd like to turn it off, move the slider on the left-hand side all the way to the bottom. However, as you can see, this is not recommended. So if you feel that the pop-up is annoyance, you can certainly turn it off. Once you scroll down, go ahead and select OK. And of course, you would get that pop-up again. You may have not seen it in my recorded video, but that's how you turn it off. Let me go back here again. User account. And now when I click OK, it won't do anything. How to hide the taskbar in Windows 10. If you hover over your taskbar, you can go ahead and right-click it and select the taskbar settings. Within here, we can select option that says automatically hide the taskbar in tablet mode and also automatically hide the taskbar in desktop mode. If we toggle this on, the taskbar hides. Same thing for in taskbar in tablet mode. How do we remove a program in Windows 10? On your left hand side, right next to the Start button, click inside the search box and type in Add or Remove. The first thing that should come up on your very top of results should be Add Remove Programs. You can either select it or simply hit Enter. In this window, if we scroll down, you can see different list of programs that are installed on a computer. Let's go ahead and remove this program called Bubble Witch 3 Saga, which comes installed with Windows 10. Once you select it, it will expand a little bit and you will have an option to click Uninstall as long as you have administrator privileges. If you select the Advanced Options button, you will get a little bit more details about the app, similar to your phone. You can reset data and such. But let's go back since we want to uninstall it. Go ahead and click the back arrow. Scroll down again. Find your program. Select Uninstall. And then uninstall once more. And there you have it. Your computer has now removed the selected program. How to restore desktop icons in Windows 10. On your left hand side, right next to the Start button here, click inside the search box and type in Theme. The first thing that will come up as a result will be Themes and Related Settings. Go ahead and select that or simply hit Enter. Once this box shows up, on the right hand side, we need to scroll down and look for a menu called Related Settings. Underneath it will be a link called Desktop Icon Settings, as so. Go ahead and select that. Here we can select the desktop icons that we want to appear. Personally, I like Computer, User Files, Network, Recycle Bin, and Control Panel. Go ahead and select Apply. Now you have your desktop icons.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Let's go ahead and rotate our screen. You have to be logged into Windows to use this. On your keyboard, use Control, Alt, you have to hold them, and then arrow keys on your keyboard. So if we do Control, Alt, left arrow key, it's going to rotate to the left. If we do Control, Alt, right arrow key, it's going to rotate our screen to the right. Okay, same thing if we do Control, Alt, up. It's going to basically bring it back to normal position. If we do Control Alt down, it's going to flip it upside down. And one thing to keep in mind, you can always do Control Alt up to bring it back to your normal position in case you mess up. Here's a top view of this. So Control Alt left, right, up, or down. There you go. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I wanted to talk about the program data folder. This is different from app data folder, which is something I talked about in my previous video. If you're interested in that, there will be a pop-up link right up here, also at the end of the video. It's totally different because it's not user specific. So what do I mean by that? So let's go ahead and find our program data folder. If we go to root of C, program data folder is actually within here, but you can't see it because it's set to be a hidden object. If you enable hidden items, program data folder will show up. So it's root of C and then program data. Once we go inside of it, you can see there are a bunch of different folders in here. So what is this used for? In my personal experience, especially when it comes to desktop support or PC support or any kind of administration, related to program data that it's not user specific. So for example, let's say we have an antivirus software, which in this case, this is it right here, ImmuneNet. This is what I have installed on this computer. If we go inside of it, what we'll have will be just is simple data that's shared across all users that are using this computer. So you can see here, all it is just an installation part of it, right? So this is where it stores it. However, some older applications will actually have an entire application installed within program data, and then it's then used and shared by all users that are using this computer. Again, this is different from app data, which consists of configuration files, and it's found under local profiles. And again, I highly encourage you to watch the video on app data. If you go inside of local profile, you can see the app data folder, and it has local, low, and roaming. This is all configuration settings and data for specific programs within these files. Again, this is on another video, and if you want to watch that, please do. So if we go back to local C and root of C and program data, it will have similar files within here. This could be anything from entire application that's shared across all users that are using this computer, or configuration settings like so. You can see there's a bunch of them here, right? And this can also have just different executables that are related to any application that's being installed. This is what I typically see nowadays, and it can also have cache data and everything else. But the main thing to keep in mind when it comes to PC support, desktop support, or help desk is that it can have settings or even entire program within program data. So this is usually, again, this is usually older program that may exist. Again, this is used for shared data across all of the users that are using this computer, and most of the time it's just data that you don't have to worry about. Again, if you go into any of these, you can see that it's just mostly just temporary data that you don't necessarily have to worry about or backup, because it's shared, right? So whenever user, you know, is logged into this computer and they're using new profile, they will have access to that. And if the user decides to move, the most important part that are within their local profile, which would be in roaming, will be carried over anyways, right? So there you have it, guys. Now you know in the nutshell what program data consists of and what its purpose is. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. If you like this video, please like it, share it, leave a comment. I'll answer any questions you may have. Don't forget to subscribe. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video, I will talk about Gmail in comparison to Outlook. Here's the thing, a lot of businesses are actually moving away from Outlook to Gmail, probably because of the operation cost when it comes to running Outlook servers and this and that. That's besides the point. The point is that I'm going to teach you on how to at least try to make Gmail look like Outlook, because what happens is a lot of users that are converted to Gmail from Outlook, they're going to look for similar features that are not apparent when it comes to using Gmail in comparison to Outlook. So these are the things I'm going to teach you real quick, so that way you can have an easier time dealing with the transition to Gmail for your business. And of course, this could also be very helpful if you're just trying to learn about Gmail for personal use. So let's look at some things that are actually identical when it comes to Gmail and Outlook. You can see on the left hand side we have inbox and typical folders that come with Outlook. So when it comes to sent mail, drafts, you know, all email, spam, and trash. When it comes to some other things like categories, social promotion, updates, and forums, these are not available in Outlook by default, right? So when it comes to the left hand side functionality of Gmail, it's
I'd say pretty identical when it comes to Outlook comparison. So of course you can see that there is a button to compose, and that's kind of self-explanatory. You click to compose, and then you can create a new email just like in Outlook, right? So that's pretty similar. So what is here that it's kind of different that you kind of notice right off the bat? Well, you can see that Gmail kind of looks plain, and that actually Google has been working on a little bit. So the reason I'm actually mentioning this is because this is an older version of Gmail. So what we're going to do is actually switch over to the new version of Gmail, which is what most people are starting to use now. So on the right hand side here, there's a little cog here. So for the settings, you can click it and then select try new Gmail, which should be the very first thing that shows up. So it's going to look different. There's a new icon that loads up, and it look nicer, and it probably has quite a bit more functions that are better from comparison to the classic Gmail, which you can also go back to if you really wanted to as well, right? You can see now that on the left hand side things got changed a little bit, and this is why I didn't talk about them initially too much about them initially, because it's slightly different. We have a couple of different buttons there that are different. So let me go over these real quick just so you guys are familiar what they are. You know what the inbox is. I don't have to tell you. This is where all the main email comes through, just like in Outlook. The second thing is called Start. Here you can see there's nothing there. Well, the point of this is actually same thing as if you were to flag as an important email in Outlook, right? Except it's kind of groups it into one. So the way you do that is just select a little star, right? You click on it, and it's just called it starred. All this is just kind of marked as important. So if you go back to starred, that email is actually there. That's like one way to marking like important emails. So if I disable that, it's not going to be in there again. And here you can snooze emails, meaning that you can read them later, basically. So you can just set a different time and you can read them later. And I'm going to go over this real quick. And then we got sent ones, which is basic, and we got drafts, right? So when it comes to that, that's exactly what it said. And of course you have an important tab, which you can also use to mark other important emails if you want. In my opinion, I just use stared because I find it more convenient, but if you want to explore this, you can certainly do so. And of course we got chats, which is not available in Outlook. And we also got all mail, right? We have something like this similar in Outlook. So basically that happens in Outlook whenever you search for something, you can choose. So let's say I'm searching for a test email, then in the right hand side right here, when it comes to Outlook, and let me show you here. This is just something I was looking at previously. This is a broken Outlook, but I can show you nonetheless. If I type in test here, I can use a drop down here and just say all mail boxes, and it's going to search all of them, right? Same difference when it comes to this here. If you select all mail, it will show all mail that is available, so you can search through it, right? And of course you got spam and trash, right? All right, moving on to other comparison things that we need to adjust so we make it look like Outlook, at least so that the users have an easier time transitioning over. All right, so the next thing that most people are kind of missing here is a preview pane. Right now, if you select on this email from Andy from Google, it's just going to pop it up, and some people like this. This is fine. And whenever you click reply, and by the way, when I click reply here, it will pop up on the bottom like so, and it kind of looks like a chat box, doesn't it? This is one thing I don't particularly care for when it comes to Google, but it is their design. But nonetheless, it's similar when it comes to Outlook, except in Outlook it a lot of times is just another pop-up box. Of course, if you have preview pane enabled, which we will do right now, it's kind of similar to Outlook when it comes to that, right? So by default, the Outlook has a preview pane. Let me go back to inbox so we can demonstrate the preview pane. So whenever you select an email, it will have a preview. By default, the preview pane is vertically on the right side in Outlook. So we're going to enable that. If you go to settings here, which is a little cog here, it's going to bring us to our settings. So the next thing we want to actually look for is advanced tab, which is third to last right here. And this is why I didn't want to go through this on the classic version, because it's a bit different. You know, this one actually has more things when it comes to settings. So it's going to be a third to last tab, and then we're going to look for our preview pane, which is going to be down here. So we're going to have to select enable for the preview pane, and we're going to select save changes. Now it's going to reload Gmail, and then we're going to have another button that we can actually use to create different types of preview panes, which is actually right here. If you look on the right hand side, if you hover over it, it says toggle split pane mode, and if we do that, it's going to toggle the mode. However, if you do a little drop down here, you can specify which one you want. So if you select vertical split, this is how it looks like. So if you select on any of these emails, let's click on Andy's email, you can see that there's a preview pane just like in Outlook by default. Of course, you can change this to horizontal split, and it's going to bring it down here, right? Some people like it that way, you know, so that's perfectly fine. But I'm just going to go back to default, which is this, right? This is how it looks like on default email from Outlook's default format when it comes to email preview pane, right? So if we go here and select reply, it's going to pop up with our little reply. And this is kind of what Outlook does. It just looks slightly different, but Outlook kind of does the same thing when you have preview pane enabled. All right, so let me go ahead and remove that, and I'll actually go back to the reply part of it just so I can help you out. Some very basic things that we actually need to work on when it comes to setting up our Gmail properly to make sure we have a smooth transition. But let me show you how to change something real quick, which I personally don't care for, and that is a default feature within Gmail that basically groups all the similar emails into one group of emails into just one. For example, let's see, here's a email from Google, and there's another email from Google. Gmail has a habit of grouping these similar emails into one group. So instead of just having two emails like this, it would say two just here, and then when you click it, it would expand, and you have the ability to actually use other, you can see the other related emails that came through. And I don't like that because it kind of groups them together, right? I like to see individual emails like so, right? Just like it is in Outlook. So we have to make sure that this is disabled if you're like me and you don't like your emails grouped, right? So if you go back to settings here on the right hand side and then select settings, this one is actually going to be in our general tab, so we don't have to switch anything up here. And if we just have to scroll down and look for conversation view, and this is the thing that I was telling you about. When it sees the emails that for the same topic are grouped together, it's going to group them together if you have things that are with similar topics, right? Or same topics, if you will. And it's disabled. Oh, it's enabled by default. So if you want to disable it, just select conversation view off, and now all the emails will be individual, and that's how they would show up. And that's the way I like it, because I simply want to keep track of every single email that comes through. I don't want it to be to group. I don't want them to be grouped, because that way I can miss, especially if there's, you know, I don't know, 20 different emails related to the same thing, you know. This is the way I'm setting it up to have an Outlook default feel. So we're just going to keep going with that theme when it comes to this. So the next thing we need to do is set up our reply signatures, right? You know how we can have automatic reply signatures? Same thing. We can set this up in Gmail, and then if we go back to settings once more, right? We open up settings. It's still going to be in our general tab. And if we scroll down, we just have to look for our signature tab. It's very simple. By default, it's turned off. But if we go here and select our radio tab, we're just going to click it, right? Radio button, I should say. And we're going to type in, you know, the typical stuff that you would type in, you know. And then you can sign off, you know, at, I don't know, cobuman.com, you know, and then type in your phone number, you know, 555, let's see, 555-5555, right? So typical type of signature that, you know, whatever you want, whatever's custom for you. Once you insert that, you can select save. You have to always select save if you want any changes to take effect. So if you go back here and we want to reply to Andy, we say reply, right? We can see that you know, where's our signature, right? You know, usually we would just say thank you, and then we would type in body of the email, you know, and then blah blah, right? And I'm like, okay, where's my signature? I like my signature to be right after I type things, right after the body. I want it to finish off there. Here's the problem with when you set it up by default, it actually doesn't do that, and I personally do not like that. So what happens is if I click here, show trimmed content, it's actually going to show it that it's going to show it as in the last thing after the initial email sent to me, which doesn't make sense to me whatsoever. Why should I sign off on an email that was already sent to me by somebody else? I don't like that. I want this to appear right up here, right? And if you're like me, this is how you will do it. Let's go back to settings, right? Settings. And then we're going to scroll down once more. And the only thing we have to do now is select here this little checkbox. It says insert the signature before quoted text in replies. And that's exactly what we want. Of course, we're going to have to save again. And now we go over here and try to reply to Andy. We can see that it inserted our signature right where we want it. So if I type in thank you, body of the email, blah, blah, I can see that my signature is inserted there automatically exactly where I wanted to be. One last thing, as a kind of a tip that a lot of people also ask, is how to change this so it doesn't look so bright. I don't like it bright either, you know what I mean? So let's go ahead and change our theme. But before that, let me talk about the calendar as one of the last things that I almost forgot to talk about. A lot of people, you know, like to use their calendar. I do. I love it. I love the reminders in Outlook. It's one of the best things that are part of Outlook. In this case, our calendar is on the right hand side here, and this is only available, I'm pretty sure, in the new version of Gmail. So if you're using a classic one, it means that it may not be there. We can double check. Let's go back to classic real quick, and hopefully it doesn't mess up my other settings. And sure enough, it's not there. You know, you have to kind of go over here and then look, you know, for the calendar. So if we go back to new Gmail, we can see that our calendar is actually on the right hand side. As soon as it loads, I know I selected it. There it goes. Okay, now we have our calendar, which is kind of similar as Outlook, except Outlook's calendar is on the bottom, like here, you know, that's where it's at. And unfortunately, it's on the right hand side when it comes to Gmail. So I don't think there's a way to move it, unfortunately, but let's go ahead and have a look how it, you know, just take a look how it looks like. So if we select the calendar, it's going to load whatever's available, and it says welcome, you know, that's fine. And now it's just going to show it as default just for today, right? So if you have anything set up here, it's going to show it just for today. Or you can just click on previous day, forward, you know, any type of days that you want to look at, right? This is something I don't necessarily care for, because if you go back to calendar here, it kind of shows the whole calendar, right, in Outlook. So unfortunately, the only way to actually get to the full calendar thing that I know of, and I'll be very curious if you guys know a better way to go about this, is to actually open in the new tab, right? So now, you know, now we have our calendar, and we can actually change this to a different type of calendar that will show not just days or weeks, but even months or a year. So if you select that to months, we can see there kind of looks like the Google's calendar in comparison, right? This is how I like it, right? So you can do that, and unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to do it, any other way to do it, unless you actually open it in a new tab, as in like a full window, right? So that's one way you can make it closer to how Outlook looks like over here, right? So as I promised, last thing we're going to do is change the theme so it's not so bright. If we go here on our settings tab and then we select themes, We can choose from a bunch of different ones. I mean, there are a bunch of colorful ones. If you like that, then, you know, just kind of play around. I personally like really dark ones like this black one. And then when I switch to that, it looks so much better and easier on the eyes. In my opinion, of course, this is one of those personal preferences. So there you have it, guys. Now we have our Gmail set up to look as best as we could as the Outlook, right? All right, guys, I hope you liked this video. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Share this video with friends if you like it. Leave a like if you like it. Hey, if you dislike it, click a dislike. That's fine too. But again, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. I have a lot of other desktop support, help desk, network administration, system administration, web development, and all kinds of other IT videos, including hardware, if you want to check that out. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I wish you best of luck and have a good day.
Hello, my friends. My name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Welcome to Desktop Support Training Medley. This video serves as a training for someone who wants to do desktop support. So what I've taken is 2 of my very popular videos and created 18 various problems and solutions scenario for you to learn or test your desktop support skills. If you find that you can answer or deal with any of these issues on your own, well, congratulations, you are ready to apply for desktop support. If you like this video, please share it or like it. I really appreciate it, and I wish you best of luck. Have a nice day. Welcome to Top 10 Desktop PC Issues and Problems. In this video, we will talk about top 10 desktop PC issues and how to resolve them. Of course, there are multiple ways to resolve any computer issues, and the ones presented here provide an example of that. If you know a better solution, please leave me a comment. I would love to learn about other possible solutions for any of these issues. If you are interested in additional educational material, my channel youtube.com/cobuman has over 300 videos that you can enjoy. Additionally, if you'd like to support me, you can do so through patreon.com/cobuman, link in description below. Number 1. Blue screen of death. Cause. Typically caused by driver or hardware conflict. Solution. Take a look at the dump file to figure out exactly what the cause of the error is. Alternatively, update hardware drivers or consider the situation in which blue screen of death happened. For example, you've installed new hardware or software. Also, you might want to run hardware diagnostics. Number 2. Missing DLL files. Cause. Typically caused by incomplete software installation. Solution. Reinstall software, find the missing DLL, and copy it to System32 and or syswow6432 folder. Register DLL if needed through command prompt. Example, regsvr32 space and then the name of the DLL. Number 3. Software or application will not install. Cause. Not enough drive space. Newer version already installed. You didn't install prerequisite software. For example, VC Reddist x64, MS.NET, or DirectX. Or not compatible with the operating system. Solution. free up space on hard drive, look for previous installation of newer software, install all prerequisites, acquire compatible OS. Number 4. Software or OS is running slow. Cause: lack of resources such as RAM, CPU, or hard drive. Virus or malware infection. Missing updates. Solution: open Task Manager and look for RAM or virtual memory allocation. Any applications use all of the RAM? Adjust virtual memory if necessary. Check CPU usage levels. Check your hard drive space. Through Task Manager, check the system processes and look for sketchy names using a lot of CPU or RAM. Virus can have similar name to common Windows components. Perform full system scan for viruses. If you have a virus that you can't remove, consider OS reimage or reinstall. Install all updates for your computer. Let them finish reboot. Updates can take up resources and time. As a side note, you can also upgrade to an SSD storage for a huge boost in OS performance. Link in description below. Number 5. Computer restarting multiple times. Cause: software or Windows updates, or a virus. Solution: let the Windows updates finish. Windows updates alone can restart the computer many times and take a long time. Run virus scan. Number 6. Suddenly, applications or computer behaving abnormally. For example, software keeps crashing, missing files, or runs slow. Cause: virus infection or hard drive going bad. Solution: run virus scan. Check Windows system logs for NTFS system errors or other hard drive related logs. Replace hard drive if necessary. Number 7. Internet or website issue. Error: 404 page not found. Cause: page is missing or deleted. Wrong website link, or website is down. Solution: if specific page is missing, search the website for desired content. Double-check the website link because it may have been changed. If all pages are 404, contact website owner. Number 8. Computer is running hot, overheating. Cause: poor airflow, not enough system fans. Dust or dirt accumulation. CPU fan not working. CPU heatsink is loose. Power supply unit fan is not working. Computer case is open. Overclocking. Room or ambient temperature is too high. Solution: add system case fans. Clean your computer from dust. If CPU fan is not working, replace it. If CPU heatsink is loose, attach it. If power supply unit fan is not working, replace power supply. Close the computer case. Stop overclocking. Lower room temperature or move the computer. Number 9. Low memory RAM or hard drive storage. Cause: too many programs open, such as games, video editing software, large Excel spreadsheets, and etc. See Task Manager. Hard drive storage too small. Solution: close application that use too much RAM and only use one at a time. Perform this cleanup to free up space. This should remove recycle bin, download folder, cache data, temp files, old operating system restore points. Alternatively, you can purchase more RAM or add a second hard drive. Link in description. Number 10. Very slow internet. Cause: too many downloads at the same time. Too many computers sharing internet connection. Bad Wi-Fi signal. Virus or malware infection. Solution: limit downloads. If too many people are sharing internet, you can limit or set max speed in router for even distribution of bandwidth. Check Wi-Fi signal distance and adjust in router. Check PC for virus or malware infection. Reset router. Call internet provider.
Question number 1. When using a remote desktop, you come to realize that the remote computer is not reachable by using a hostname. What would be the troubleshooting steps to take in order to resolve this issue? Keep in mind that the remote computer is turned on and on the same physical network. First, I would check to see if the remote computer's hostname is part of the same domain. Also would check to see if the remote computer is enabled within the domain if it has been added. Second, I would try to ping the computer by using the hostname If an error comes up, it would determine my next step. For example, if message is cannot resolve hostname, I would try pinging the computer using its IP address. Third, I would check for possible DNS issues if computer is reachable with IP address. If using IP address, I can connect to the remote computer or use remote desktop session, it could indicate a replication issue of the DNS server. Lastly, if I have physical access to the computer, I would check the DHCP settings or look at possible hardware issues or LAN connection issues. However, this is unlikely if computer is reachable by IP address or if it has been part of the network for some time. Question number 2. A user has transferred to another department within company, and their local profile is missing many files and desktop icons. What do you think the issue could be? First, I would ask the users if they move to another computer, which could mean that their files are stored at another machine. It could also mean that the new computer does not have the same software installed and icons for those would not be present. Second, if user has not moved to another machine, I would check the Active Directory if any GPO or domain profile restrictions for user's new department are affecting the ability to create, view, or edit files, which could also be the reason for not seeing certain desktop icons. Third, user may have received a new domain login ID which inherently does not have access to previously used local profile which has the old login ID attached to it. Lastly, if any of the situations described apply, I would act accordingly to resolve the issue. If users' files are located somewhere else, and if permitted by the company's policy, I would transfer them back to user. Same goes for any software that is missing. Question number 3. Your office receives a new printer, and now it needs to be configured for everyday use by a specific department in your building. How would you go about installing this printer in direct IP printing setup? First, I would unpack the printer and make sure that it has all parts and cables. Then I would connect and plug in the printer into power and network port available at designated location. Second, I would make sure that this new printer has a static IP address assigned to it and acquire driver package for a specific model of the printer, unless the printer is set up to push the driver automatically and upon request. Typically, printer would push the driver. Third, Active Directory needs to know of the printer added to the domain, and this can be done by assigning a printer hostname and adjusting GPO settings that allows the users of that department to use that printer. If driver has to be pushed separately, this can be configured as well. Lastly, I would notify the users of the new printer and its IP address and assist accordingly. Question number 4. What is the best way to install OS on 100 computers manually, meaning you don't have an option to boot over the network or any automated systems available? First, I would make sure that all computers are connected to the network and turned on. Of course, if these are new computers and I have an option to image them before deploying, I would try to keep them in the same area for easy access. Second, I would acquire host names for each machine so they can be added to domain. This can be assigned through Active Directory. Third, because booting over the network does not work, I would create multiple OS install media to use, for example CD or USBs. Afterwards, I would manually boot to inserted media and execute OS imaging process. Lastly, upon image completion, I would ensure that each computer has a hostname attached and is added to domain or workgroup. In addition, I would install any software required per department, templates, or requests. Let's just pause for a few seconds here. As you may have noticed, all of these questions require you to explain your way of doing things. I also have top 20 desktop support questions and answers that talk about specific technical aspects of the interview. Link in the video description below. Question number 5. From a desktop support point of view, how would you deal with user migration to a new domain? How would you deal with users affected by this change? First, I would make sure that users and their management is aware that this change is coming and how it will affect them. Second, I would choose a few machines to be converted ahead of time for testing purposes. This can be communicated with the network team. Third, I would reach out to department managers to coordinate the switch so that the production impact is minimized. This would involve application and website access testing on the new domain before converting everyone else. Lastly, once all testing on a new domain is successful, a green light would be given to convert all other host machines to the new domain. Question number 6. The entire building is switching over to the gigabit network and you are to assist with this process. How would you handle this project? First, I would work with the network team to decide on the new IP network ranges and make sure that certain machines receive static IP addresses. Second, if any network cables need to be upgraded, it would be coordinated with members of desktop support and the network team. For example, Cat5e is a minimum cable rating for gigabit speeds. Third, if any changes affect printers and other static devices such as servers, this has to be communicated to users and make appropriate changes to each machine. Lastly, the most important thing would be the testing part before deployment, because there is a chance that certain applications require firewall exceptions for their IP or our range of IP addresses. Question number 7. One day you come into work and find that major systems are down. However, you also see that ticketing system has 50 plus unassigned or unworked tickets. How would you prioritize and how would you go about dealing with both problems? First, I would ask which systems are down and how many users are impacted. This will determine which issue to work on first. Tickets would be the last priority. Second, if multiple system issues are related, then I would handle this issue on my own if possible. If issues are not related, in that case, I would recruit help from coworkers and possibly assigned individually if manager is not present. Third, I would proceed to troubleshoot the issue and get as much information as possible before reaching out to any other support groups that manage specific aspects of systems affected. In this case, support team is essential to resolve major issues that are not at immediate access to myself or desktop support team. Lastly, once issues with major systems are resolved and the bulk of users are back to work, then I would concentrate on resolving tickets unassigned. Of course, it goes without saying that during crisis issue, all of the management would be notified of progress and solution, and lastly, the root cause. Question number 8. Explain a situation in which you had to deal with difficult problem and how you went about resolving it. First, an example in which I had difficulty resolving happened all the time, and this is due to not having immediate access to systems involved. Anytime I had to deal with a server, network, or website issue that I don't have access to, I would have to involve other groups or members of IT team to assist. Second, a more specific example would be a web-based systems application stopped functioning, which affected 500 plus users, and since I don't have access to the application server, the support team for that application was immediately contacted because the issue was affecting multiple users, which means the issue is not local due to that fact. Of course, the first thing I would look at is the error information that would provide clues to what the issue may be. Third, I would gather all information related to the system outage, which would typically include number of users, specific errors, example computer IP addresses affected, time the issue occurred, and also test to see if issue persists using alternative methods. To make sure that this issue is resolved as fast as possible, this information is crucial. Upon having this information available, appropriate support teams would be contacted. Lastly, I would work with the support team and users affected to help resolve the issue by providing feedback and testing as required. In the meantime, it is also important that management is aware of the situation and receives regular updates on the matter. This includes IT and users management.
If you appreciate this video, please leave a like or share this video. Thank you so much, and I wish you best of luck, my friends. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. This is a quick desktop support tutorial on how to share an extra drive over the network. So why would you want to do this? If you want to have a centralized point on your home network and you want to share a drive that has, for example, some media files on it or some important files that you want to have quick access to or simply take up a lot of space, and you want to be able to simply access it from another computer on the network, this is how you would do it. One way to do that is to share it. So let's go through this and how to do it. Let's say that this drive here is the drive I want to share. It's called new volume and it's under letter E. We're going to right click it and we're going to select properties, and then we're going to look for a tab that says sharing. We're going to select sharing, and then underneath what we're looking for is a button called advanced sharing. We're going to select that, and then we're going to simply do a check mark right here where it says share this folder. And one last thing that we have to do here in order to be able to read and write on our share drive over the network, we have to change the permissions here, which is super simple. We're going to select permissions here, and we can see that by default everyone is allowed to do so, which normally is fine. And this is why by default you can only read, but you cannot change or write or anything like that, and especially you don't have full control. So if you want to simply select full control and allow everyone that's on the network have access to this, you can certainly do so, and that would solve your problem. However, I like to add my own login because I don't want everybody to access it. So in order to do that, I'm going to remove these. I'm going to leave it read only so that everyone can see it, but they can't make changes, and I'm going to add my own login. So if I click add, I can add my own login name, which is used for this computer where this drive is located. This is incredibly important. You want to use the login for this computer. So login name for my computer is cobuman0, and I'm going to, you can simply double check by click check names if you want, but I know it exists obviously, so I'm just going to click OK. Now we can see that it's there, and it's under the name of the computer, which is called cobuman, and the login name is cobuman0. So this is important to remember here, that the name of this computer where this drive is located is called cobuman. So before we leave this pop-up, or before we leave this box, we have to make sure that our login is selected, and then we select full control. Because if you go down to here, we can still see that everyone only has read option, and then if we do select cobuman, we can still see that is full control. This will allow us to create new files, folders, drag and drop anything we want, and full access to it. Incredibly important. All right. Now let's click apply and OK. After you click apply and OK, you can see that now this drive is being shared, and it's indicated by two little guys here as an icon. Now let's go to the other computer and see what we can do to access this. Here we go. Here's our other computer that we're at, and now we just need to access it. So how do we do that? We remember the name of the computer, which is cobuman, correct? We're going to type in / cobuman, and then another backslash, and we're going to type in the letter E, which was the drive letter for our drive that is being shared over there. I'm going to hit enter, and there we go. We have access to it. But wait, This is under everyone. Remember, we didn't put in our credentials at all. It may ask you at some point, if you're doing this for the first time, to actually put in your credentials, but if you didn't get a pop-up, you'll be using it on the default, which is everyone. So how do we rectify that? I mean, it's great. If you got the pop-up, you can just simply put in your login information, but this is just us able to access it. Let's go ahead and create what would look like just like a regular hard drive, and that is called mapping the network drive. So we're going to select our computer, and we're going to select map network drive. Now let me go back. Make sure you're at this tab where it says this PC, and then select computer up here, and then select map network drive. And here we can leave the drive letter to whatever we want, and then we're going to type in again // name of the computer, which is cobuman, and then / and then drive letter. One thing to make sure to do is place a check mark right here where it says connect using different credentials. This will let us specify the login we want to use with full control. And with the pop-up here, we can see that I already tried this earlier, but let's go ahead and this is how it looked like. I'm going to click, use different account, and then I'm going to type in the name for the login on the remote computer, which is cobuman0, and then I'm going to type in my password and select remember my credentials. Kind of remember to select that. Click OK. And now we're inside of our drive. You can see now it comes up as a network location. Another way to do this is add a network location, but I just map it as a network drive. So now that we go inside of it, we have direct access to it. We can create new folder. We can go inside, create new files, drag and drop, whatever we want, and it's all great and dandy. This is also a good way to use a remote drive as a backup location if you are doing desktop support. For example, let's say you're reimaging a computer and you need a remote location to use as a backup for users' profiles. This is a good way of doing it. So you have a backup. Also, if you're replacing your hard drive or something like that, that you need a good remote place to quickly back up all your files. I hope you guys liked this video. If you did, please share it or like it. If you have any questions, I am here to help you answer them, so feel free to ask me anything. Thank you and have a good day.
Hello everyone, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Today we're talking about an extreme situation in which you have to configure 1,000 computers as soon as possible. What has happened is, in this situation, your manager, your boss comes to you and he says, okay, last night 1,000 computers received this brand new application. However, it failed to configure and we need to configure it now, and we don't have time to redeploy this application with configuration files that are needed to make it work. So we need to do this right now as soon as possible. So how do we go about figuring out how to resolve this? Let's have a look. So let's get this going. First thing we need to figure out is the host names for 1,000 computers. So host names or PC names, right? It's the same thing. Host name or PC name is exactly the same thing. What are they for 1,000 computers, right? What are they? We need to find these out because we need to find this out because we need to connect to them remotely, right? So how do we find out what our PC name is? Well, we would just simply go to our computer properties and look at what the PC name is, right? In our case, see where it says computer name, it's test-PC. So let's say this first computer is test-PC. Chances are the next computer on our network will be test2, test3, and so on, right? So we need to know what are the 1,000 PC names that we need to connect to, right? And I'm sure you can get this, right? The reason I'm explaining this like this because a lot of beginners in desktop support are watching my videos, and I'd like to explain things just like this, you know. So now that we have 1,000 computer names, we need to figure out how to configure this new program. For the sake of demonstration, let's assume that ImmuNet here, this program, is the program that we need to configure on 1,000 of these computers, right? So in this case, let's just go ahead and open up and see where it's located. So if you right click it, you can select open file location, and now we can tell where it's installed, right? This is the installation folder for this program. We can tell it's installed in program files, regular program files, which tells us it's a 64-bit application, and as opposed to 32-bit. If it was a 32-bit application, it would be installed in program files x86, but we know now that it's a 64-bit, therefore it's installed in program files under ImmuNet, right? So, and it's actually within here that it was pointing to. So now we just need to figure out what are these configuration settings that we need to change, right? Chances are, if your boss came to you and he said, okay, I need you to configure 1,000 computers, he will tell you exactly which values need to be changed and to what, right? But sometimes you just kind of have to figure out yourself. If you're unsure what settings need to be configured, you would simply open up the application, go to settings, and look for the part of it that will point to the value that you need to use for configuration, right? Of course, it's going to be different for every program, so it's not something I can find within here, right? But this is what we need to know. We need to know, what are the values? What are the values? Is it IP address or something else, right? Depending what needs to be done, right? So we need to know some of these basic things before we proceed to go to registry. Moving on, let's go ahead and open up our registry editor. This will be located in our start menu, and then in search box type in reg edit. This is, by the way, identical in Windows 10, so you don't have to worry about that. Windows 7, Windows 10 registry editor is virtually identical. So now we know that we have a 64-bit application called ImmuNet. Let's go ahead and find it. And we need to look for it in our HKey local machine registry string. So let's go ahead and expand that. So it's always going to be HKey local machine for the program that's installed for everyone to use, right? There are some occasions where some programs will be installed for specific users, but that's not the case. It's fairly rare too. Okay, so we need HKey local machine, and then we're going to go down to here to software, right? We know it's software, so this is kind of self-explanatory, which is actually nice because a lot of people are afraid of registry editor. And yes, you can break things, but you can also do a lot of good things. So let's go ahead and go software and go ahead and expand this. So now we see a bunch of things here, and don't let this scare you or anything like that. So since we know that this is 64-bit application, we need to actually look for a registry name that it's called WOW6432 node, and this is only found within 64-bit operating systems. If we go back here, we can tell that this is a 64-bit operating system here, right? 32-bit operating systems will not have this WOW6432 node. Without going too much into that, let's go ahead and expand this because we know our software will be in here, right? And sure enough, here's our ImmuNet Protect registry settings for this application, right? So next thing we need to do is look for a configuration file, and here in our case it says here it's a configuration file, right? And we can tell that there are some settings within it that we can adjust, right? So when we look at this, we can see some numbers, right? It says this is just an example one created by yours truly. So if we double click this, we can see that there is a hexadecimal version of it, right? If we actually click on decimal version, you can tell that it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you have to, for example, just type in you know, let's say it's an IP address that you have to type in. You would just go back in here and type in your IP address instead of 12345. For example, if we change these things, see I have now the hexadecimal version of 12345, right? Hexadecimal version of that is 3039, which is reflected here, right? I really want you to see this because sometimes it will not actually be numbers. See, it's 3039, that's the hexadecimal version, but it's actually decimal version is 12345, as you can see here in parentheses, right? But if we change this, let's say, for example, to 1655, for example, and we go here to hexadecimal, it's going to be 677. But if we just go type in here 160, it's going to be A0, right? So sometimes you will see a combination of letters and numbers here as the hexadecimal version of that, right? So this is just something to keep in mind. But generally speaking, this is what we need to change, right? This is what we need to change, right? Okay, so now that we know that this is the part of the software that we need to make adjustments on, we can figure out how to do this. It's very simple for each remote 1,000 computers that we have, right? Let's go ahead and close this, okay? And now we need to connect to each one of these computers remotely. It's very simple. Now that we know our names, our computer names, we can just simply go here, File, Connect Network Registry, and let's say type in test-PC, and then when we click check names, I know it says here enter the object name, but it's actually the host names. And if we click check names, it will actually find it in our work group, the name of our PC, which is here, right? We already talked about this. It's called, my computer's name is test PC, and sure enough, it found that under our work group that this virtual machine is connected to. This computer is actually in this work group, and it's called test PC. So if you're in the desktop environment, chances are it'll be slightly different. It will just have a domain name before the name of the computer, but that's fine, same difference. And if we click OK here, it will actually create another underneath here. It will create name, it would say test PC, it would say test PC here, and it would have maybe not all of these registry settings, but it will have majority of these settings, and HK local machine will be one of them. Chances are really high. So once we click OK, it will actually create a submenu. It will just be called test PC. It will say test PC here, and it would have these settings in here, right? So it's not going to do it now because this is the name of the PC. It'll just say you cannot connect to your own computer, right? But you can get the idea that this computer, once we connect to it, let's say we did test 2, and I can't do it right now because I actually don't have test 2 computer connected to this network, right? This is just virtually speaking. When we click OK, it will pop up with the exact same menu, and now that you are connected to this remote computer, you can do the same thing we just went through here. Open up HK local machine, go to software, expand that. Go to software, expand the software, look for a 64-bit version of this software, find it, and then we have our configuration settings of the remote computer here. We can go back here, select decimal if we want, and change this to 55555 or whatever it is that you need to change it to, right? And now you can see that it changes in real time, and you're done. You're done. You close all of this, go back here, connect network settings, go to the next one, test2-PC. Click OK, it will connect to the next one. And then you go back here, rinse and repeat. Expand software, wow, 64-bit, 64-bit, right. And then select the MUNET, go back here to the next one. And let's say we changed our settings. Let's go to 666. Click OK, boom, done. Next. And this way you can actually configure a lot more computers at once. Sure, you can create a batch script that will do this for you. And that's very, very much more advanced. This is just a quick way of, in my opinion, the quickest way of figuring out how to configure all of these computers at once. Guys, I hope this video wasn't too complicated, and that I went slow enough so you guys can understand the point of this, and how you can actually configure a lot of computers at once. You know, so with, let's say 1,000 computers, you can actually do this within, I don't know, an hour, rather than going to 1,000 computers yourself, logging into manually, look for the application setting within the application. Let's say you open it up and you have to, where is it? Is it under settings here? Where is it? Where do I need to do this? And then you have to, you know, go in there and you type it in, and then you have to close it, and then you go back in and you have to log off the computer and then physically move to another next one, right? Instead of spending days, maybe even weeks, on trying to configure 1,000 computers like that with registry settings, you can do this within an hour. You know, within an hour, let's say 2. It's still better than weeks or even a month, depending how busy you are. It's not like you have no other things to do, right? Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this, share it with friends. If you're interested in science and technology news, I have a new website. It's called cosmicnovo.com. Do check that out. Share this with your friends, and I hope you guys enjoyed this.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Today's video I wanted to talk about processes and services found within Windows 10. It will be similar with Windows 7 if you're still working with Windows 7 operating system, but mainly this is for desktop support. For example, you get a trouble ticket and the issue is kind of unknown, but you know that the user is, you know, reporting issues with performance, or there's a certain application that doesn't run properly or refuses to run. So one of the things we would have to look at is processes or services. You know, I mean, there are many situations in which this could be useful. It just depends on the situation, you know, on the issue at hand, and we just have to spend a little bit more time on trying to figure out what it is that might be causing an issue, right? So obviously the best way to get to the processes and services is through our task manager, right? So I have it open here, but obviously, guys, I'm sure you know this already. If you right click on your taskbar, you can just select task manager. Also, if you do Control Alt Delete, you will get to a window where you can simply start the task manager. So let's start from the top. And here you can see right off the bat that there are some programs that are taking up a lot of CPU power, right? If yours is not sorted like this, you can simply select this column, so click on it, and it will sort it out whether you want it to display the highest used first or last. By the way, if you recently or never opened up a task manager on your computer, it will look just like this. It will not have any details. It will just have the last application that you have open running like so. You know, in order to bring it back to what used to be default in Windows 7, you would simply select more details here, and it would expand it back to what I consider as normal. Okay, so here we are again, and now we know that there are a couple of applications now using up most of our CPU. So let's say your trouble ticket says, my computer is running slow, you know, and then you can look at this here and you can see that in my case, OBS 64 is taking up most processing power. So what is this OBS 64? See, this is the next thing we need to figure out. If we are suspecting that this is the software causing the issue for the user, we have to kind of figure out what it is. Unless you're familiar with this, it could be anything. You just know that it's taking up a lot of processing power and quite a bit of RAM, right? So if I right click on it, right, first of all, I went ahead and expanded it, right? There's a little arrow here. If you click on it, it will expand it. And you can see other sub-services or sub-processes that are running underneath it, right? This is one thing that Windows 10 is doing. It's kind of grouping the same process or the processes for the same application within under the same tab, if you will. So now that it's expanded, we can see individual things that are running. So what is this? What is this? It's causing issue. You know, I could just right click it, you know, and task, and that would kill it. However, it would also, there's a chance that it also might come back if it's a part of the processes that belong to a certain program that the user is using. We don't know that yet, so we have to figure out what it is, right? The first thing we have to look at is, what is this process? Where is it coming from? Why is it, taking up so much power, so much CPU power on this computer? Well, we can find that out, right? So what we got to do is right-click on the actual process, and it's not this top part of it, right? This is just a tab. This all tells us is there are 3 different instances of processes related to the same application. The actual process for this application that's taken up this much power is this one, right? It's OBS 64, the actual process, right? So if we right-click it and select properties, we can see some details about it, right? We can see that its location, what kind of executable is. We can tell that it's installed in C program files x86, and we can tell it's OBS Studio. So right there, it kind of tells us, well, what is this Studio? When you think about Studio, you can think a couple of different things right off the bat. Video recording, audio recording, something like that, right? So that's a hint right there. And we can tell that it's located within bin folder, and it's also under 64-bit folder, right? So this is a typical normal application format for the folders that you would see within root of C, right? So if we click on details here, we can see a little bit more information about it. We can see the last date it was modified, which was in March 1st, 11:04 a.m. So we know this application executed last time there, right? At that time, I should say. So that's all great, right? This looks okay. We don't see anything, super sketchy, right? However, we can also find out more, right? If we right-click again on our process and go to Open a File Location, it will open up that folder location that we looked at within the properties of that process. And here we are, Program Files x86, OBS Studio bin 64-bit. And now, here's our process. It automatically highlights it for us, right? Which is actually really cool, right? We know that this is the process that's running in the background, and it's causing, it's using up a lot of CPU. So now we know that it's there, and by looking at different things here, we can also kind of get a hint that this deals with AV, which is audio video, and we can tell it says it's codec, and then there's an AV filter, and then there's AV format. So what does that tell us? Just by looking at those hints, we can probably assume that this is audio or video software, right? As just like we hinted earlier, right? And the reason I'm explaining it to you in such a way so that you guys can think for yourself whenever you're troubleshooting these type of issues, so you can figure out, is this application okay or not, right? But in fact, if I were to Google OBS 64, it would tell me that OBS is simply screen recording software, which indeed is running for us right here, right? So that's how you can find out what type of process is causing the slowdown for the user's computer, right? And you can also at the same time figure out, what kind of software it is, even before you go to Google and search what it is, right? Of course, if you worked for the company for a while, you'll probably have a good idea of what kind of software should be running in the background, and something like this wouldn't necessarily be there, right? We certainly wouldn't want to have a recording. Well, we know that users are recorded within businesses, but this type of software wouldn't be recording it, right? So this is certainly a no-no. So let's look at a couple other things that are present here, right? So let's look at I'm just going to pick a random because they keep fluctuating right here, but I'm going to pick a random one that just comes up. So here we go. Okay, client server runtime process. Let's look at that one, right? I'm going to see what that is. We know that it's a Windows process right off the bat because it's located within C Windows System 32, right? This is where most of our DLLs are located, anything that would be registered through registry, right? This is just a regular process that runs in the background. Hence, it's located within C Windows System 32 client server runtime process. In our case, again, we can go to our, let's see if I can catch it real quick. There it is. I think I caught it. No, system runtime. Client server runtime process. There we go. I'm going to open file location, and here's our C Windows System 32 folder. This is our systems folder, and sure enough, it's right here, and again, it's highlighted, and we can see that it's been installed and modified, I should say, 9/29/2017. So it's been on this computer for a while, which is actually a really good indicator. Unless it would be kind of crazy to have a virus installed for this long on the computer and nobody notice. You know what I mean? So most of the time, having something this old running in the background as part of Windows, processes in the background, it's perfectly fine. Again, if you're unsure what this is, and let's go ahead and do this, right? Client server runtime process. Let's go ahead and look that up in Google, right? It'll give us a little bit more detailed of what it is. Client server runtime process, right? You Google it, and it tells you right there what it is. It's a client subsystem, is a component of Windows NT family of operating systems that provides the user mode side of Windows 32 subsystem, and is included within those. So this process, this application has been around since Windows NT 3.1. Perfectly safe. So now you guys have a really good idea on how to troubleshoot these weird processes that might be running in the background. Now, as I promised, we're going to look at the services, right? Let's go ahead and look at the services. Now, services are important in a way where you have to kind of consider what it is that my computer needs when it comes to operating smoothly. And what I mean by that is that certain components of Windows or a Windows operating system and certain applications requires these services, requires certain services to work at certain times. Some applications require them to run at the boot up of the computer, at the login of the user, and such. Otherwise, the application wouldn't work. One example for that is printing, right? If you don't have printing service enabled after you reboot the computer, the printer service starts, and that allows you to print, right? As simple as that. And that particular one should be here somewhere. There it is. Print, it's called Print Spooler, right? This is the service that runs in the background that allows you to print. As simple as that. And of course, you can get to the services if you just go in here and just type in services, right? It gets you to the same thing. All right. You can find print services, right? Here we go. Print spooler here, and we can tell also that it's running and it's automatic. So how do we know it actually starts automatically? Well, if we have it here, if we just double click it, we can tell that it's automatic, and it happens as soon as your computer restarts, right? And of course, if you stop it, if I click stop here, now I can't print anything. At the same time, some businesses, in order to save paper, environmentally friendly, or save ink, or whatever the reason may be, you can actually disable this. So if I disable and click apply, now nobody can print on this computer ever afterwards, unless you have administrator privileges to change this back, right? So I'm just going to change it back to automatic, which means that it will start up whenever it's needed and on the reboot, right? It's going to restart itself. So, right, but after you enable it, you have to obviously click start again to get it going again.
So that's the point of services. Some applications require services to run in the background in order for them to function properly, and some of them are simply part of Windows operating system. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you liked this video. If you have any more questions, please leave them below. I also have a forum website at cobuman.com if you'd like to check that out. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Share with your friends. Thank you so much. Again, have a good day. Bye-bye. Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video we're going to concentrate on updating a resume or creating a brand new resume. What I'm going to do is basically take a sample of my own resume that I used to use. It's kind of modified at this point, but we're going to modify it in our own way so it kind of suits you, and we can update it at the same time to make sure that we get the best chance at getting that job. Let's have a look at this. And before we do so, please take one moment to click the like button. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright, let's get to making our resume. Alright guys, so here's our resume template. There will be a link in the description for this if you're interested. This is based off a resume that I've used before and got jobs. So this is something from 2013. Since I've had good luck with it, I'm going to use this as a template and kind of modify it. I have removed a bunch of stuff, a bunch of personal information that I didn't want to share, obviously, but the gist of it is here. It was a one page, and the one pager in my opinion is the best because, you know, employer doesn't necessarily want to read through all of that stuff. So we're going to modify it from top down. I'm going to read the things that are in the boxes here and for each category here that I have, and then we're going to delete it and kind of provide or insert your own. I'm going to teach you how to do it, and we're going to use the template that is available to us right now. So the first thing you want to see and you want to type is your name. So I'm just going to type in Irvin D. You want to spell out your whole name there. I'm just putting D because, you know, I want to stay private as much as I can. And then you can change the font. You can see that the font here is actually 22. You can play around with this a little bit. I wouldn't go less than 18, or what is it that I changed it to? 18. And because you want the employer to kind of see your resume right away. All right, the next thing it says here, it's address. I actually typed in address there, just the word address, but you want to type in your own address. So if you're following along with this template, just type in your address. I'm just going to pretend like this is my address, Lakeview Drive, which is not my address, by the way. And I'm just going to type in St. Louis, Missouri, 63, I don't know, 555, whatever. So type in your address, and then here it says cell phone. Most people have cell phones, or if you have a home phone, you can replace this with home, but otherwise you just type in your phone number. So I'm just going to type in my cell phone number, and you do the same thing. And then here for the email address, whatever that is, you just type it in as well. Very simple. The reason you want this is, let's say you go for an interview and then a week or two passes by, which is normal because the employer goes through so many applicants. But then once they're done interviewing all the people, they may say, hey, I kind of like that Irvin guy. So they go through all of these resumes, and you want them to see your name first. You want them to find them as quickly as possible. You want this to be the first thing they see, and of course your cell phone and your email address. Okay, that's the whole point of having it like this. Admittedly, this style of resume is a little bit old. As you can see, it's from 2013, but I'm using this because this is what I used to get this job back in the day. I don't see why you would want to change the style anyway from this. But the reason, and another reason for me to actually use this is because the way the information is laid out on a single page, and it works. You want it to be, you know, something that potential employer can just read and get right away and get hooked into it, because you really want to hook them into that. Okay, so I'm going to read what's in my profile summary as an example. Again, make sure you don't necessarily use everything that I have on here. Please do not just use this as your own experience. Please just modify your own, and because you want to be honest on a resume. Okay, so that being out of the way, let's go ahead and read what I had in here back in 2013. So it says here, in search of challenging career, In IT field, I will further expand my professional experience. So that's kind of an intro there for that. And then I proceed to say professional experience that I have acquired as a business system analyst, system administrator, desktop support, and working telecom field monitoring activity for 8 years. You see what I kind of did there? I tell them this is my professional experience. You know, I'm telling them right away, I work as a business system analyst, system administrator, desktop support, and working in telecom field monitoring activity for 8 years. Now, the reason this is kind of wordy here is because what this is actually me working as a fraud analyst, and that entailed me monitoring network traffic over the phone lines and trunk lines for the company that I worked for. So I had to word it in such way where it's relevant to the job that I'm applying for. So keep in mind, every time you make a resume, you want to tailor it specifically to that job. So you want to mention things here that are related to that, so that way you can sell yourself to the employer. You want to tell them, hey, I have specific experience in that. And we'll get to that as well here in a moment. Moving on, it says here, my dedication to employer is shown by my ability to quickly adapt and execute tasks at hand. So that's fine. You're basically telling them, I am really good at adapting. I can learn new things, and then I can execute those things really good, you know, or really fast. And then you can change that to your liking as well. So here, so if you want, you know, once you're playing around with my template, you're gonna have this in here. So just if you want to, just change it to something that so it sounds different. It can be the same thing, but just word it differently. Make sure it's not word for word, because, you know, that's plagiarism. But I'm not gonna hold you onto that though. I don't, you know, just make sure it's not the same thing. Just you can word it in your own way. This is why I'm leaving it like this. And the next thing it says, I have gone through numerous and challenging tasks that required fast learning creativity as part of frequent transitioning testing of new equipment, software, and network systems. So you further are talking about yourself and trying to tell them, hey, I am really good at doing all of these things, you know. Of course, you can go through here and change it to whatever you actually did, and, you know, that, because, you know, you can't just reword it like this one here. You have to literally tailor this one to your actual experience. So don't reword this one and just put your own experience there. And we can modify that there. And the last thing you want, and which is kind of what it's like an open end here, and it says, I have a specific, and then what you actually want to do here is say, I have specific experience working on this system or working this job. And then you specify something super related and exactly related to this job. Basically, you're telling them, hey, I'm the guy for this job. You know, I'm the guy for this job. All right. Now that kind of covers that. You guys can fill in your own thing there, modify it, whatever your experience may be. However, I do want to touch on this first part of it here, where it says, in search of a challenging career in IT field, I will further expand my professional experience. It kind of sounds fake, to be honest, so I'm going to delete that. And then what I'm going to do actually here is move this part of it to the front. I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to move this part of it, because I feel like times have changed, and, you know, depending on time of the year when you're looking for a job, if there are more applicants, then competition is going to be more fierce. So if the first thing is that you put on your resume, I have specific experience working this job or this system or whatever you want, that's the first thing, in my opinion, that you should have on there, because that's the first thing they read. Okay, so, and then you can modify again this here where it says professional experience that I have acquired. You can word this any way you want. Just make sure you provide what is it that you worked for. So let's go ahead and delete this part of this, and I just say, I don't know, help desk. Did you work desktop support? I don't know, call center rep. You know, because you could be applying for help desk. You can put down, I worked as a call center rep. That's relevant. You know, it's not necessarily IT, but it's definitely relevant. You're really good at customer service. Matter of fact, you can just put down customer service rep or whatever is it that you worked. And then if you are somebody who's coming out of if you're somebody who's coming out of school, you can say, instead of, let me just kind of backtrack here a little bit. If you're just coming out of school, you can say, I have specific, let's see here, working experience for this job acquired from school training. You know, you can specify that. So if you're coming out of school, you want to specify something like this. So to tell them, hey, yes, I'm just out of school. I literally just got my degree. I got my certificate. But you can word it in a sense where it just says, I know how to do this stuff. So that's what you want to tell them there. Okay. Now, let's see. Where did we get to? Okay, we were filling out this customer service rep. So yeah, again, fill this up with any additional experience that you may have. And then we have this, my dedication to employers shown by my ability to quickly adapt to execute tasks at hand. Again, reword this. Feel free to just reword this to your own liking. I have gone through numerous challenges that requires fast learning and creativity as part of frequent transitioning testing of new equipment, software, and network systems. So this is specific to me, but you can modify this to this, for example, that required, let's do this, fast deployment of new OS builds. So I'm just throwing examples in here. I have gone through numerous challenges that require a fast deployment of OS builds, and this could be true in school too. You know, maybe you're going through this type of training in school as well. Or you can put down, I have gone through numerous challenges that required fast thinking and problem solving. You know, so again, you can modify to your own. I'm just kind of throwing you ideas out there, and feel free to, you know, just edit this template to your own liking. All right, let's move on to technical skills. All right, so technical skills. What you want to put down is simply technical skills, basically things that you worked on that you can think of. There are so many things, and you can go about it different ways, but what I like to do here, and I think this is still pretty good, you can list operating systems. And I kind of filled it in a little bit here to save time in the video, but what I added after I modified my resume, I added Windows 10, Windows 8, Windows 7, and you can go as far back as you want. And that kind of lists the things that you've touched on at least at some point, you know. And then you can just basically list all the operating systems that you're familiar with. This is kind of self-explanatory, but be honest. You can see here that I put down Windows Server 2018, 2003, 2008, and 2012 as working knowledge. So back in the day, and 2013, literally here, I didn't really have that much experience with Windows Server, or I wasn't that knowledgeable, which has changed over time. Then of course you can modify this, you know, like so. So 2016, 2019, I think that's the current one. And then I'm going to delete this working knowledge because I'm actually pretty proficient in these servers now. So Linux web server configuration. So I'm just going to Linux. You know what? I'm just going to type in LAMP server configuration. That's basically for, you know, web server installation, Linux based. And yeah, again, just modify, make sure you're honest about this because they will ask you about it. And if you don't know how to answer any of these things that you're listing, then you're basically screwed. Excuse my lack of better words. If once they figure out that you're basically BSing here, then you know, you wasted everybody's time, and you're not gonna get that job. And then next thing I have is software, and then you can list all kinds of different softwares that you've worked on, everything that you can think of. Just list it in there. Don't get into detail. Literally just list the names like I did here. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There are so many different things. If I were to actually start adding this, there would be quite a bit more. So I just kind of left it at that of the things that I could remember. But yeah, I mean, if, if you look at some of my videos, you can see that I've worked on many different things. Oh yeah, I forgot to put AWS and Google. See, now I'm just showing off. I'm sorry, guys. Google Cloud. Oh, what's the Azure? Anyways, you guys get the idea, and just kind of fill it out to the best of your knowledge. Make sure if it's very little, just make sure that you probably forgot some things. You know, you'd be surprised, but keep thinking of things that are relevant to that job. Do you think at that job people are working on, you know, are they like, what kind of environment is it? Is it office environment? Then you might want to, you know, list office. So this is outdated, Office 2000. Anyways, make sure that's updated. This is really outdated. Anyways, I'm not going to start listing different offices because you know that you just got to make sure you update all of that. And then I've got some networking here if it's related to see, I would actually rename this probably here, or maybe just leave it there. I'm trying to think why I named it just networking, because there are some of these things that are very specific here. Anyways, if you want to leave it as networking here, I believe that's completely fine. The first part of this resume is something that's going to hook them up. Once they start reading all your experience here, they're just going to be like, oh yeah, he knows a bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? So list all the things that are related to that. And you can change this to something else. If the job is, I don't know, let's change this to help desk, because I know a lot of people that watch my video are help desk guys. You can start listening all the things that you used, listing things that you've used when working on help desk. And you can start listing like ticketing systems and different tools that you've used in here and this and that. So let's, for example, type in just like Jira ticketing system, right? Or I already have Active Directory, user accounts, GPO, remote desktop, you know, all kinds of stuff. See, if you're, let's see here, I'm just going to, let's do this here. This is kind of what a help desk might look like. You want to have Active Directory user accounts on there as a first thing, because you do that a lot on desktop support or desktop support, but more so a help desk type of thing. And then list all the things that you would kind of do as a help desk guy, you know. So start listing all those things, and that should be enough. So the next thing we have here is a professional experience. So simply put, this is your experience as the experience that you have, whatever that might be. In my example, you can see here that I have from January 2013 to current is what I have filled out here, and it says on-site end user support, troubleshooting general and proprietary applications. And I've modified this so that way it's related to literally like a desktop support or a help desk type of a job, but more so towards a desktop support. And then I have 24/7 on-call support for major system outages. This is what my current job is at the moment. And then PC imaging, encryption, software, Active Directory, VoIP, system troubleshooting, project managers, product impact analysis. But in reality, right now I'm kind of mostly just doing help desk type of stuff because we're working from home and we're no longer on site. So you would basically modify this to whatever your current experience is, and then of course you'd want to put your title in there, and I'm going to type in business systems analyst, and I'm going to tab this over so it looks neater. I'm going to remove this part of it. And you can make slight changes here and there to look so it looks a little bit neater. And then of course, if possible, you can list second job. So let's kind of pretend that I have help desk, which I do. I don't know why I said pretend. Help desk experience. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's do this, because I think some of you, and I forgive me if I am jumping to conclusion, but I think some of you may have call center experience. So let's pretend that it's that. And then you describe what you did in your call center job. So, take, I'm going to change that. Take inbound calls from customers. Enter, resolve customer issues related to, and then you specify that, and then basically describe everything that you've done, So I'm just using this as an example. And if you are if you kind of want to put in things that if you let's say you don't have enough stuff to put in here, you can literally list down things that you've got an award for. You can say call center rep of the month award, stuff like that. If you need things to fill in, just think of all the things that may have happened, some good things that have happened during that job. Anything to just kind of make yourself look good and that describes the job you have done. And I'm not too stressed out about this previous job here, because the most recent job might be the most relevant job. This is kind of the main thing that they would read. This is just kind of a secondary type of thing. If this is your if this is your main thing, if this is your the only job that you have, then you might want to spend more time on it and describe what it is that you've done in there. Make sure that comes across really well, because and if you have to, make it so that it's relevant to the job that you're applying for. Again, I can't stress this enough. Don't lie on any of this stuff. Please don't lie. Okay, moving on. And it's simple, very simple. The last part of it is just education. Just kind of list down here. Oh, I need to change this here real quick. Down here, list real quick what kind of education you have. Let's say you have A+ certification. Let's see, I don't know. Did I spell certification right? No, I didn't. You can say associate degree in, I don't know, let's say in business. Or you can say, I mean, it doesn't matter that you've got a degree in business. You can still get these type of jobs if you want to switch over to doing help desk and work on computers. Whatever degree that you have, make sure you list it. But you can, say whatever that is. Associate degree in, let's say, I don't know, networking or whatever that might be. And then you have to provide location. So let's say St. Louis, Missouri, and then name of the college, for example, I don't know, MSU, or whatever the name of the college is, institution, or whatever it is, just list it there. This is very simple, last type of thing. So guys, this is the template I've used to get many interviews and my current job as well as business system analyst. So I hope this helps you. I know it's really hard to create a resume, but as long as you tailor it to the job that you're applying for, and I don't mean, again, don't lie, but make sure you tell them that you have that specific experience. So once you go through and look for jobs, look for the ones that you can do. Don't apply for jobs that you can't do. That's just not, it's not going to work, and it's not right either. It's not honest. So yeah, feel free to take all of this stuff, reword things that are going to help you, and in some ways, but please don't, like, for example, use the exact same things that I've typed in here. So just make sure you use your own. This is why I'm not going to leave it as just a empty template with things that says operating system and then there's nothing in here. I'm going to leave it as it is so that way you guys can change it to your own way. All right. Again, please use your own stuff on here, and I wish you best of luck, guys. Make sure you do a lot of research before you apply for any of the jobs. If you need interview training, God knows I have videos on that. I have top 20 desktop support interview questions and answers. I have top help desk interview questions and answers. I have top system administrator interview questions and answers, top network administrator interview questions and answers. I have all of this stuff on my channel. So if you want to go to my channel, youtube.com/cobuman, and click on the search box. It's kind of underneath the image there, like the front image, and with the logo and stuff like. There's a search box in there, and just type in desktop support. Matter of fact, if you go to youtube.com and just type in desktop support interview questions and answers, my video is going to show up. Or help desk interview questions and answers, my videos are going to show up. Just click on the video that says cobuman. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I wish you best of luck and take care.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I will show you how to create an archive folder within Outlook. As a desktop support personnel or help desk support, you will be doing this a lot. You will get troubleshooting tickets that simply ask, can you create an archive for me, or can you help me locate an archive file for me. Be sure to stick around because I will show you the difference between a PST and OST file because they're quite different, and the reason why you should know this and its location within user's local profile. So let's get to it. There are a couple of different ways to go about creating an archive file. There's a longer way and there's a shorter way. I will first show you the longer way, which is if you look to your left hand side on the upper left corner, there's a button called File, which is right up here. It's usually yellow like this. Go ahead and select that. This will basically take you to your account settings. Within here, you just need to select account settings and then account settings once more. And here, when we have this pop up, it will be a second tab over here where it says data file. Once we select that, here we can add an archive file. If you want to add an archive file, you would simply select add. And here you will basically choose a location for your Outlook archive file. In our case, this is the default location for it. We're just going to leave it at that. So we're just going to rename it to our new archive. So that way we can find it and I can show you exactly where it's at. And just go ahead and select OK. Now if you noticed on our left hand side right here, a new thing has appeared, and this is our archive folder. So let's go ahead and close this so we can see what we have here. This is our new archive, and if you expand it, there's really nothing there besides delete items folder and search folders file. If you want to recommend to users, you can simply say, if you want to create new folders within, you can simply do so by right-clicking it and then create a new folder. They can name it whatever they want. Let's say they can call it inbox, right? They can call it inbox, and now they have an inbox folder. And if they want to drag and drop things from their inbox, right now mine is empty, but if there were emails right here, they would select on their main inbox and they would drag and drop their emails that they want to store inside of this archive folder. You can also set up a rule that basically moves all of your old emails into this new inbox, and you can set this up based off of how old it is. Let's say if emails are older than 6 months, have them automatically move to here. And again, you can create new files, or I should say new folders. Let's say this is just a name, let's say old emails, right? Let's just call it old emails. Now we have a folder called old emails. And if that's what you want to do, that's fine too. But in a nutshell, this is how you do it real quick. Another way to do it is just from within here, and this is a little bit faster. If you select this second icon here where it says new items, if you select that and go all the way down, see where it says more items, let that expand and then move to the right, and you're going to have an option to select Outlook data file. This essentially does the same thing, and this one we're just going to call it second archive. And a lot of people that need help with this will also have, chances are will have multiple archives. And then once we select that, then we're going to have our second archive folder here that we can do the exact same stuff that we did with this previous one, right?
Now, let me show you the difference between that and an OST file and where these are located. So let's say somebody, contacts you, let's say your help desk or desktop support, and they say, hey, I can't find my archive file. Well, I'll show you the default location where they are located. I'm just going to minimize this real quick, and then we're going to go to our root of C, right? And then we're going to go to users local profile, and this is located in the root of C. And then we're going to select users. And here, in our case, we're logged in as the administrator. So whatever their login ID is, that's probably what's going to be the name of their local profile in here. So let's say I logged in with cobuman1. This is where the archives would be that I've just created. However, I'm logged in as administrator, so I'm just going to go inside of that. Just to kind of go back real quick, we are in a root of C, right? Root of C, folder called users. And then we selected the name for the login of this user. In my case, it's the administrator. The Outlook archives are by default located in our documents folder. So if we double click documents, we will see our Outlook files folder. Once we open that, we can see all the archives that we created, right? So let me just go back here again because I really like to show this as slow as possible. So it's root of C, users, login ID for the user that's logged in, documents, and then Outlook files, right? Now, this is not to be confused. Okay, let me show you real quick here what the file extension of this is. You can see that it's a .pst. This is why it's called a PST. This is why it's also called a PST, I should say. So Outlook data file, also known as PST. Now, this is different from an OST, which will be located in our app data. So let's go back to our local profile. So we're inside of our local profile. Now we need to go inside of an app data folder. In our case, it's by default app data is set to be invisible, but we know it's there. There's a folder within here called app data, right? It's hidden by default. So in order to go to it, we can just simply type in \app data, and it's there. Now we're inside of our app data. Just to kind of go over it again, root of C, users, name, login name for the person that's logged in. In my case, it's an administrator, and then app data, right? Now we're going to look for our OST file. And the next place, a couple of more folders that we need to navigate. The next one is local, and then Microsoft, right? See? App data, local, Microsoft. And then one more, which is also called Outlook. Now, once we go inside of this, then there won't be a file name in their OST at all because I am not connected to the Exchange server right now. As you can see here, I'm actually not connected. But once you go in here, there will be a file with similar icons as the archive folder, but it will be called OST. The difference between that and the archive file is that the OST is essentially offline version of your inbox. So let's say you connect to the Exchange server. The first time you connect, it's going to start populating this. All of this is going to start to get populated because you'll have emails, this and that. Well, that has to go somewhere, right? Well, it's stored inside of the OST file, which is typically located here, right? I'm just going to create a file here just so it's easier to visualize, and we're going to call it, offline email, right? Because I really want you guys to understand this, and the extension will be OST, right? It'll be something, the way it's going to look like is actually going to be similar to, basically, a lot of times it's the name of the user. So in our case, it's administrator. So it'll be their login ID and then, some, numbers or letters, depending how it's set up. But it's going to be offline email for that user, right? So that's how you would basically reset it. So let's say there are any issues with the inbox, their local inbox, not the archive. You would basically go in here, right? And then you would delete their OST file. You delete it. So when the user goes back in here, it's going to be blank. All their stuff will be gone, but it will repopulate. Underneath here, you would see that when it connects to the Exchange server, it's going to say updating the folders, and it's going to eventually update all of this. Well, since I already have you guys here, let me show you something real quick, and that is how to reset email. So let's say person's profile is corrupted, their email is corrupted, and there are issues that, requires an email, they can't receive, they can't send this and that. One way to reset their email profile is if you go to Control Panel. I'm sure you guys know how to go to Control Panel. If you're in Windows 10, just type in Control Panel, and if you're in Windows 7 or something older, you can just go to Start and Control Panel. All right. Once you have Control Panel open, look for an icon called Mail. This controls basically everything that is about your mail, except you don't have Outlook open. If you have Outlook open, you won't be able to make any changes. So make sure that Outlook is closed before you mess with these settings. Go ahead and open up your mail, double click your mail icon. And here you can view your email accounts. So if you select email account, let me slow down here, guys. I don't want to go too fast. So if you select email accounts, you will get this pop up, and it looks similar to what we did earlier, right? It's identical. It's essentially the same thing. If you go to data files here, we can see our archive files. Here you can remove them, add them, this and that. And of course, if you want to add somebody's archive folder, you can certainly do that. Let's say it's not added here and it's not visible in their Outlook. This is how you do it. You just click add, and then you look for it, right? You will look for it, find it, and click OK, and then it's going to appear on their left-hand side. Then that way they can see their Outlook archive again, right? Here we can delete and remove email accounts. If you select new, we can connect to the Exchange, or do whatever we want, and that's how we would add a new email account. This user can log into it, this and that. But how do we fully reset it, right? Let's go ahead and close this. And the way we do that is by removing the profile for the user. And that would be the third tab down here, right? If we click on that, the second tab here is just same place we were here a minute ago, right? A second ago, I should say, for data files, right? So it's essentially the same thing we can get to from here. But anyways, what I'm talking about is profile, email profile, right? We can reset this and create a brand new profile that everything is brand new to it. I mean, there's a way to reset this if you go manually and look for the folders that are related to this in app data, this and that, but this is an easier way for you guys to actually do it, and it will just do it for you. So if you select show profiles, you can see that I have one profile. This is mine profile. Let's say this one is corrupt. Well, we can actually create a new one. So if we just click add and we name it new profile, right? Let's call it new profile. Click OK. Now we can select new profile, right? We can, once it connects, you put in all information, it's going to create a new one here, right? So I went ahead and created a new profile, right? Now we have a new profile. So how do we actually use that new profile, right? Well, if we go back in and just click OK, whenever the user launches Outlook again, it's going to go to their old one, right? And why is that? Well, because we haven't selected a new profile. So if we open it back up, go to show profiles, we can see that there are two of them, right? But what we need to actually change is always use this profile down here, right? And then we need to select it and check new profile, right? And then click apply, click OK. And now when the user launches Outlook again, it's going to create a brand new profile. It's going to reset everything for them and hopefully resolve all the issues, right? All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I try to make this one as clear to understand as possible. Just a reminder, I have a Patreon page if you'd like to support me. There's a link in the description box below. Also, I will be posting this video on Twitch. I'm thinking about actually using Twitch for some live sessions, I guess free tech support or whatnot. So if you're interested in that type of stuff, please let me know below, and then I might set up a scheduled type of, I guess, meeting, if you will, where you guys can ask me questions. We can resolve some tech-related or IT-related desktop support issues together. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I appreciate you very much. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. In today's video I'm going to show you how to restore users' favorites. This happens a lot with desktop support or help desk. You get a troubleshooting ticket, the user says my favorites are gone, this and that. Well, there are a couple of reasons why that could happen. You either reset users Internet Explorer and that reset some of the settings so they can't find their favorites, or a lot of times user just deletes them or simply forgets that they moved their favorites, right? So let's have a look, why would this happen? So let's say there's an issue with the user's website and you just want to reset their Internet Explorer. You do a full reset. Now let me show you how this is done. You go to the Internet options, and if you've done this before, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So if you go to Internet options and you do a full reset, if you do reset advanced settings and then do a full reset and then you delete their personal settings, this and that, it will remove all of their basically settings for IE. So they're going to assume that their favorites are gone. However, what this happens is, especially if the user has a favorites bar with a bunch of favorites, their favorites bar is simply removed. So how do we do this in IE? And I will show you this how to do this in Chrome. just in case your business uses Chrome for some reason. And it's very similar when it comes to Firefox. It's very similar to IE, so I'm going to omit that for now. So if you want to bring back somebody's a bookmark toolbar, you would simply right click in an empty place right here and then select favorites bar. Now their favorites are back, right? So we're done with that one. Now we know if that's the issue. Usually this is usually what happens. Basically they would say, oh, they're missing, this and that, but they're actually not. They're just their favorites bar is missing. Now let's do this in Chrome real quick. So in Chrome, it's a little bit different. You can't really get to that part if you right click up here, so it's a little bit different. But however, there are these three dots here, like a sort of like a vertical dots. If you just go ahead and click them, some people call this, I've heard people call this many different things, but I call them three dots. So let's go ahead and click these three dots and then simply go down to bookmarks and then show bookmark toolbar, right? So there we have it. Now their toolbar is, their bookmark toolbar is restored. Now they have their favorites back, so they should be happy. Now let's say they're actually missing their favorites. I'm gonna show you real quick, and this kind of ties in with my previous two videos that I've talked about users' profiles, and their location of their favorites is always going to be under root of C, users folder, and then users login name. So whatever they use to log in into their computer, it's going to be under there's going to be a folder named this, and then their favorites. So let's have a look for mine. I'm just going to go real quick here. Let's just do it like this, and then root of C, right? Users, and that's my login name, BUCO, right there. So if I double click on that, there's going to be my favorites folder. If I double click on that, you can see that my favorites are here. So this is going to be my regular favorites here. Favorites bar is going to have a separate folder, which is that, right? So if we compare here, you can see that MSN and Google are in my favorites bar, which is right there. So if we go back once to just regular favorites, there's only Bing as in bookmark. And if we look at our bookmarks, if we click on this little star here, we can see that it's only Bing here. So that's how we find out where their favorites are. And if they misplace them, if you simply find them, you just go in here and copy paste, right? They'll be just links. Basically, that's what they are. Favorites are just links with icons. So if you go and find the backup of their favorites somewhere else, you would simply just copy paste them in, whether you want them in a favorites bar or simply in their regular favorites. Now, while I have you guys here, let's do something real quick. If you use Google, by default, you don't see a home button. A lot of people miss this. So this is a really quick tip for you guys. In order to get to that, in order to restore the home button, that's usually either on the right-hand side or left-hand side, depends what you're used to, whether you use Firefox or Internet Explorer. One way to restore them in Google Chrome, which is missing by default, if you click the three dots again, and if you go to settings, and what I usually don't, I'd like, just like in Windows 10, you can do a search and just to kind of help you find certain things. But in this case, we don't have to do a search. Like, for example, I would type in like home button here, just type in home, and it would kind of get me to there. But basically, we're looking for this setting that says show home button. Now let me move back here so it shows default. It's actually, let's see here, a second thing after appearance. So second thing down, it says show home button and it's disabled. If you just click on that little button there, it's going to show it, right? And then you can basically set whether you want it to be a certain thing. Let's say google.com. Sorry, I was typing with my hand and actually holding my microphone in the other. So that they'll basically set their home page to that, right? So now they have their home button. It's right back here. So when we click on that, it's going to go to google.com. All right, guys, this was another desktop support quickie. I hope you really like this one. I just want to mention this real again. I have a Patreon page if you'd like to support me. Link in the description box below. Thank you so much for watching. Like, comment, share with friends. Thank you, guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
So let's get to it. This is from a question number 7. One day you come into work and you find that major systems are down. However, you also see the ticketing system has 50 or more unassigned tickets. What would you prioritize and how would you go about dealing with this problem? So here's the thing. If you're being interviewed and somebody asks you this, they want to know what you find as a biggest priority and what you should do when it comes to production impact. So this is incredibly important. The way I would explain this would be in 4 different steps. Be first, second, third, last. So that's how I would explain it. The reason for that is so that the potential employer can realize that that I know what I'm talking about, that I have the basic knowledge, not to sound egotistic or anything. It's just that I have basic and even general knowledge on how to deal with a situation where you have to prioritize your work. So first, I would ask which systems are down and how many users are impacted. This will determine which issue is to be worked first. Tickets would be the last priority. So here's the thing. If a large number of users is impacted by a system that is down, then that's definitely something you would prioritize. So think about it. Let's say there's a company with 1,000 people and major system is down. That means we have 1,000 people that need to be they need to go back to work basically as soon as possible. So this is why we need to prioritize this. This is one of those common sense type of things, but yet potential employer wants to know this, and this is also good to know if you already are working help desk or some kind of desktop or tech support, right? It's definitely more people than 50, right? And then after you're done with that, tickets would be the last priority. Second, if multiple system issues are related, then I would handle this issue on my own if possible, depending on what the issue is. If issues are not related, and in this case I would recruit help from coworkers and possibly assign individually if manager is not present. So this is incredibly important. If users report that multiple systems are down, which is directly related to the question, then there is a correlation there. Chances are that all of these systems, if they went down at the same time, chances are that they are somehow related to either servers, databases, or whatever it is that they all have relation to. So chances are you might want to handle this issue on your own to make it a more proactive situation handling, because it's all related to one thing. So basically what would happen is you see that multiple systems are down, right? And then you realize, especially if you have the experience working for the company, chances are you will know right away, okay, yes, okay, what's wrong here? This website is down, this application is down, and this other thing is down. Are they any way related? Then if the answer is yes, then you can say that, okay, just let me know which ones, how many people are affected, how many users are affected, I should say, and then I will report this issue to the people that have access to these systems. Meaning, let's say database is down, chances are you doing tech support at the location or help desk that you won't have access to this database for a specific system. I mean, there could be hundreds of systems that are used by a company. You know what I mean? So you might as well handle all of this, or chances are you'll have a crisis bridge, or, well, this is what we call it at my company, but there is a bridge or a conference line that you would call, and the person on the other line would basically be the mediator, and they would handle the kind of logistics part of it, as in, they would ask you, well, how many systems are affected, which ones, and then you'd give them all this information, how many people, this and that, and then they would say, okay, all right, I'm going to start the bridge, and I'm going to start paging people, meaning that he's going to reach out to proper people that you may not know who they are. If issues are not related, in that case, I would recruit help from coworkers. Means that if it's not related, you cannot handle multiple issues, especially if it's a big issue, So you ask your coworker, hey, can you help me out with this? And chances are they will, because, hopefully you work at a cool place like I do. Anyways, and possibly assign individually if manager is not present. So, chances are a manager would handle assigning of this different situational issues to other coworkers. But if they aren't there, if it's a legit place, and I mean, I shouldn't say like that, if it's a cool place to work at, and then everybody is on equal terms, equal expertise and this and that, chances are they will help you, and you can just ask them, can you help me with this? So it wouldn't necessarily be assigning individually because manager is not present, but you would basically recruit them to help you out, recruit their help to help you out deal with other issues, because you can't possibly handle multiple issues that are not related, right? I mean, that's what I would suggest, especially if it's a huge issue. Because think about it this way: if multiple systems are down and they're not related, how can you possibly acquire information that these application owners or database owners or server owners, how can you possibly give them the information to that? For example, let's say, okay, how many people are affected? And you say, I don't know, 1,000. Okay, give me some examples. So you have to handle this. You have to go to the users, and then you would have to ask them, okay, can you give me this information? Basically, you have to get a lot of information for a certain system in order to troubleshoot this properly. If they are not related, you can't possibly work with two different teams on two different issues efficiently. Third, I would proceed to troubleshoot the issue and get as much information as possible before reaching out to any other support groups that manages specific aspects of systems affected. So that kind of ties into what I was saying earlier. You want to have all the information ready because they will ask you, okay, how many people, which systems, give me example of IP addresses, which link they're using if it's a website, well, which application are you using, which version of the application are they using. All of this information you have to have ready if you want it to go smoothly. Yes, you can forget something. You can forget to get which version of the system it's being used, or whatever else. That's okay as long as you have the majority of things ready. That way it will mitigate the production impact. In this case, support teamwork is essential to resolve major system issues that are not at immediate access to myself or desktop support team. So yeah, everything that I'm talking about here ties in to everything that I said previously. Support team is essential to resolve major system issues that are not at immediate access to myself or desktop support team. After you reach out to all these people that support these different applications, you have to have a good teamwork with them in order to resolve this properly. Lastly, once issues with major systems are resolved and the bulk of users are back to work, then I would concentrate on resolving tickets unassigned. So yeah, I mean, of course, it goes without saying that during crisis issues, all the management would be notified of progress, solution, and root cause. So this is, very important. Once you come across an issue, you would want to report the statuses or give the status updates to all the management, including your own manager, but the management of the people that users report to, because they would want to know, why do we have 1,000 people not working? So you want to send them updates periodically. Usually, this is usually done with just email. You send a group email to all the management of the departments that are affected, and maybe some of the users, and that way everybody knows on which page you're at, or which page you're on, I should say. So that way they know that you're working on it, and usually every half hour you can send. This is going to depend on the place you work at and what your manager requires. But usually what I do is every half hour I send status updates. That seems like a good time frame to do so. So that way they know what's going on, and then once it's all resolved, you would provide a root cause to the management. Not necessarily the management of the users, but to your boss. And so that way your boss can follow up with these application owners and work on making sure that this doesn't happen again. And then we can concentrate on resolving tickets that are unassigned. Of course, you just go back to work and work these 50 plus tickets. That's a lot of tickets if it's like just you to do. Good luck doing it all in one day, but hey, it's possible. I don't know, there might be some simple ones.
So let's go ahead and look at question number 2 that is within this article. And the question is, a user has transferred to another department within the company.
and their local profile is missing many files and desktop icons. What do you think the issue could be? So let's go to look at the first. I would ask the user if they move to another computer, which could mean that their files are stored at another machine. Right, so if somebody literally switches computers, of course that new computer is not going to have those files that are stored at the other machine. It could also mean that the new computer does not have the same software installed and icons for those would not be present. So if the new computer does not have the same program, of course it's not going to have those icons. So let's have a look at an example of how that looks like. Here's a brand new login or brand new local profile created for this computer. And if I go inside my downloads, for example, it will be empty because it's a new computer. If I go inside of documents, it's going to be empty because I moved to a new computer. If I go to desktop, it's going to be empty because I moved to another computer. And this is just a shortcut to Microsoft Edge. What I'm talking about, missing files. So it's going to miss all those files that you created on the desktop. So let's say, let me show you here what I mean. So if I go here and create a, just a new file, it's going to show up on their desktop. So that's considered, new file. This here is just a shortcut to the file. So of course, you move to another computer. You haven't transferred any of your files, you haven't, moved them to another computer, of course it's going to be empty. So that's why I explained it in such a way. Second thing is, let's say you missing icons for the computer. Of course you're just going to have whatever's installed on this computer. This computer just happens to have Audacity, Google Chrome, OBS Studio, OpenOffice, and etc. But if you happen to have, Microsoft Office and you had a shortcut to Outlook, to Excel, to anything else on your desktop, of course it's not going to be there because this computer doesn't have that installed. Okay, now let's go to the second part of that answer. Okay, and second here it says if user has not moved to another machine, I would check the Active Directory if any GPO or domain profile restrictions for users' new department are affecting the ability to create, view, or edit files. So let's have a look what I mean. If someone has been moved within Active Directory or their domain, chances are that their permissions to view, edit, or modify files have been changed, which could reflect on the way things look like on their computer. So if somebody moved to another department and that department has new restrictions in place where it doesn't allow them to view a lot of things which can be modified. For example, you would go in here and look at this PC, or previously known as my computer in Windows 7. Chances are they may not even be able to see this. They may not even be able to see local C, let alone any files that are within the hard drive, right? Because changes on the domain level or within Active Directory have suddenly, are suddenly preventing you or the new user to access, view, or edit any of these files. This sometimes happens. Some departments have more restrictions on their users or on their associates. They don't want them to do certain things. They don't want them to view certain things. So suddenly they got migrated to the new part of the Active Directory where they have more restrictions. This has replicated, and chances are whenever they go in here, they won't be able to see any of this. So by the way, one way, if you're missing, if you can't see local C drives or any of these drives listed here, you can just simply type in C. A lot of times that's actually open like that. So let's go ahead and have a look at our third part of this answer. User may have received a new domain login which inherently does not have access to previously used local profile which has the old login ID attached to it. So if somebody moves to a new department and they decide to tell them, okay, now you're going to use this login. When they log in, it would be just like this. They log in and it would be just like this. Their new profile. This is their new profile that they got. Their new login is their new profile, right? And it will be empty. It will be empty just like this. So what is the reason for that? It's because their old profile has all the stuff. So let's look at root of C again and our users folder. Once we go inside of here, let's say, and this is the fact now, I am using this one, right? YT login. That's my login ID right now. If I previously used this one, everything that's inside of that, it's going to stay inside of that. So now I'm suddenly using this one. Of course, it's going to be empty. So in order to restore that, obviously you will go back inside of this, go into the, if you have the permissions, obviously, go inside and, copy paste all the data that's within their documents and everything else on their desktop and just restore it back here, into their new login. And that's the reason for that. Anytime you change login ID, it's going to, create everything brand new, and all the old stuff is going to be located on the old profile, which you can transfer back. Okay, now let's have a look at my last thing that I would say as an answer to this question during an interview. Lastly, if any of the situations described apply, I would act accordingly to resolve the issue. If user files are located somewhere else and if permitted by the company policy, very important, I would transfer them back to the user. Same goes for any missing software. So what I'm saying here is that if it's a common practice for their company to create backups, I would restore all of their documents to them, and I would also transfer all the software that they used to have to the new computer if they happen to move to a new computer. Of course, this is all, depending on the company's policy. Their manager at the new department may say, nope, they don't need this. So of course you would double check that to make sure that that is allowed as well. So this is a very fun thing to think about, because this happens a lot in desktop support where suddenly everything's missing and they don't know what happened because users don't know. And sometimes they'll panic and they would go and they're like, oh, I'm missing everything. Everything's missing. And sure enough, you go in, desktop is pretty much empty, documents are empty, everything's empty, but they don't know what happened. So hopefully you help them, or you've been notified ahead of time. So if you're a local desktop support, hopefully you've been notified ahead of time that this person is moving to another department, and then you can help them, by creating, a backup of their local profile, or simply moving it from one computer to another, which you can simply do over the network. You can simply go to the back door and just type in // 2 backslashes, name of the computer, name of the computer where they used to sit, and just type in C and $. This should be able to access their old computer. And once you do that, basically it will just, it will basically get you into the root of C like this. It would just say the name of the computer there rather than just C. And then it would say name of the computer with C, /C, and then in here you can just go, what is their old profile, and then you find it. And then, usually what I do is, I go like this, desktop, documents, I would highlight all of this, usually their favorites. Then I would copy and then access her or his or her computer remotely that they're using currently. Go back here, find their new profile, whatever that may be, add the other computer, and then just paste it. Usually it didn't like that because I did it on the same login, but if I go into and find another login, it would simply just update the profile or the folders that are there. It's not going to create duplicates. Then that only did that because I did it on the same local profile. All right, so let's get to it. The question is, your office received a new printer and now it needs to be configured for everyday use by a specific department in your building. So keep that in mind, it's for a specific department only. How would you go about installing this printer in a direct IP printing setup? The direct IP printing setup also being something to remember. And the way I would start to explain this, I would say first, I would unpack the printer to make sure all parts and cables are there. Then I would connect and plug in the printer into the power and network port available at designated location. Also, designated location here is very important to keep in mind. So obviously, for when it comes to this, you get that giant box, and these are large printers for businesses. You unpack it, and then you make sure everything's there, right? You make sure it has all parts and cables, and then you put it together, plug it in, and plug it into printer into power network port at the designated location. Second, I would make sure that this new printer has a static IP address assigned to it, and that kind of goes back to our designated location. For this designated location where we have placed our new printer, we have to kind of take note of the port that is there for the network cable that is connected to, right? We would know, okay, well, this is the port number for this, for this location, and then we would talk to our network guy, or we would do it ourselves and make sure that we have a static IP address available and assigned to it. So let me show you what I mean. If you go to your network adapter properties and look at those settings there, you go to properties, right? And you would make sure that you have a static IP address available to you. So if you have a static IP address that you want to use for that port, this can be assigned through the switch itself, and that port would simply just use that and it would never change. And that's the whole point. It's static. We don't want it to change because we want users to connect to it every time. So when you go here into the Ethernet adapter properties and select Internet Protocol version 4, if your company is using IP version 4, you will go in here, and if you have to, you would specify the static IP address. So I'm just kind of showing it to you on the computer itself, but this is what you would do inside the printer. You would say use this IP address if this is something you have to do. This is just me explaining to you what a static IP address is and why you would need it for a printer, so that users can always connect to it and know where it's at. So that way they can install it on their computer afterwards, and I'll show you that as well. And also, I would acquire driver package for the specific model printer, unless the printer is set up to push the drivers automatically upon a request. So if printer for some reason doesn't come with driver package or software, obviously you would go to the manufacturer website, download all the drivers that you need. So let's say it's an HP printer, you would go to HP and specify model, get this information, and then the reason for that is, if needed, we would basically go to Active Directory and tell Active Directory to push this driver. But just kind of hold on to that thought, because most new printers automatically push the drivers. So if it's a brand new printer, it would automatically push the driver to the user that is trying to install it. And I will go back to the Active Directory part that I spoke about. Third, Active Directory needs to know of the printer added. So this is where that comes in. It needs to know that it's added, and it added to the domain itself, right? Active Directory, domain. So what happens is you would take a host name. You would create a host name for this printer. You would assign a host name, and then you would add it to the Active Directory. So that Active Directory knows that there is a printer connected to this domain. So that way it can control who can use this printer through GPO or a group policy. And what this does is it only allows certain users of that department to use the printer. So basically, once you have a group of people, a group of users for a specific department, you can literally just add all of those people into the permissions to use that printer that's been added to Active Directory. So Active Directory is a simple way to control who can use the printer and who cannot. And that kind of goes back to our part where it's kind of related to the driver package. If you have to specifically get the driver package, you can set up Active Directory to push the driver as somebody tries to install it. So, but again, new printers will just do this automatically on their own whenever somebody tries to add it. And that is done by the static IP address or the host name. And this is why I talked about it here. If driver has to be pushed separately, this can be configured as well and in Active Directory. Lastly, I would notify the users of the new printer and its IP address and assist accordingly. So of course, you would have to help them because that's your job. Remember how we talked about a static IP address here? Well, your printer with the static IP address that you assigned it to would be used by users, or you would do it for them. Let me just pull up my printers menu, and here we would add our printer. So the way we would do it, with printers menu, we would simply just select add printer. So now it's searching for the printers, but usually you saw how that popped up, this link, it usually doesn't find it right away, so you have to specifically tell it. So with the users, when it comes to users, you would simply give them the IP address and say, hey, this is the IP address for this printer. Just add it in there and it's going to automatically install it for you. But a lot of times you would do it for them. So you just click this printer that I want isn't listed because it's not going to find it most of the time. And that's okay. And now we have this menu that you may be familiar with. And remember how we talked about that IP address? Well, here it is. We can add the printer using TCP IP address or host name. So we can either use the IP address or the host name. Usually what I do, I just go by the IP address because I don't know, it's just the way I prefer it, but it really doesn't matter. So you have select that, and then we would select next, and it brings us to this menu. Here we would, for example, just type in the IP address that we've assigned it, and we would, in my case, I'm just gonna come up with an IP address. Let's say it's 192.168.100.1. So let's just assume that that's where our printer is located, and that's its IP address. And something to keep in mind when it comes to installing the drivers, if it's a newer printer, you'll be able to simply select the check mark here if not selected. By default it is, I believe. And what that does is queries the printer. It pings the printer and says, hey, do you have a driver? And the printer says, yes, I do. And it then automatically installs it on your computer. So that's pretty awesome. If you don't, you can later on specify the driver that you want to use, but this should be set up so it automatically does it. And then simply you will select next, and it's going to look for it, and then it's going to install it. Of course, I forget to mention the printer may have a port assigned to it as well, and you would simply type that in after the IP address that I showed you. Okay, let's see. Lastly, I would notify the users, the new printers, and the IP address. I said that already, and that was the last part of this. If you have any questions in regards to this, I know this is a little bit complicated, and that's the whole point. The title of this article is Top 10 Hard Desktop Support Interview Questions and Answers, because you have to explain your steps on how to do this, and I wanted to make these type of videos so you guys can kind of learn from this and to at least make it as easy to understand as possible. Alright, so let's get to it. Number 4, what is the best way to install operating system on 100 computers manually? Meaning you don't have an option to boot over the network or any automated system available. So typically in a large business, everything is automated. If you were to receive 100 computers, You can just connect them to the network. You would get host names for them, and you would assign them, you know, which operating system to install, which programs need to be installed as well, and everything would just be done automatically. You just kind of sit back and relax and everything's done. This is why this is a difficult question. And this is how I would go about it. First, I would make sure that all computers are connected to the network and turned on. And that will tie in a little bit later here. I'll explain that. Of course, if these are new computers and I have an option to image them before deploying, I would try to keep them in the same area for easy access. So since I don't have an option of automation, I would make sure that these computers are kind of gathered together preferably in the same room. I would connect them together, power them on, and everything like that. So that way they are there for easy access for me to, you know, schedule a lot or start to reimage process on a lot of them. That's the point of that. Second, I would acquire host names for each machine so they can be added to the domain. This is why I was saying, first, I would make sure that all computers are connected to the network and turned on, so that afterwards, I would acquire host names for each machine so they can be added to the domain. And for this to happen properly, all the computers need to be connected to the network and turned on. So this can be assigned through Active Directory, also known as domain controller. So you would go inside of the Active Directory and you would create 100 computer names, also known as the host names, and then you would assign them accordingly to all these computers that are being reimaged. And with them being connected to the network, makes it an easy process. Okay. Third, because booting over the network does not work, I would create multiple OS installed medias to use, CD or USB. So this kind of goes back to my trying to keep them in the same area for easy access, and that's exactly why, so that I can use installed media on them. Afterwards, I would manually boot to inserted media and execute OS imaging process. You see how everything kind of ties in. The way I would do things, it's kind of systematical, and everything kind of goes back to itself. This is a great way to tell your potential employer that you have a really good way of thinking on how to resolve these big issues, because, you know, trying to install operating system on 100 computers and doing it in an acceptable time frame, you got to know what you're doing and have a good plan. You know what I mean? So lastly, upon image completion, I would ensure that each computer has host names attached and is added to the domain or a work group. Work group usually is used, you know, in a small type of business, so I wouldn't necessarily worry about that if you're interviewing at a big company. But, you know, you got to make sure that is added to the domain and host name attached, meaning that associated with each computer. In addition, I would install any software required per department templates or requests. And that kind of goes back to the part of automation that I mentioned earlier. That normally happens is you select the type of software that you need and it would install it automatically. In this case, you would have to do it manually, install any software required per department templates or requests. So if somebody needs Microsoft Office Professional installed, this is what we would have to do manually for each computer. And, you know, you would have to kind of get that information to make sure you don't spend too much time installing stuff that's unnecessary stuff. You know what I mean? Because you don't necessarily have to install same program on all of these computers, because who knows? Doesn't mean that all these computers are going to the same department, so they may have different templates that you would use and go by. Anyway, let's get to it, guys. So this is question number 5. From a desktop support point of view and not Active Directory, how would you deal with user migration to a new domain? And how would you deal with users affected by this change? So it's a two-part question. And the starting of it says from a desktop support point of view, meaning you're just the guy that works tech support, right? So this is not for somebody who is interviewing for network administration, because when I say here not Active Directory, that would mean somebody who is a network admin. That's the part that they would deal with, and not necessarily somebody who does desktop support or tech support, if you will, right? And how would you deal with the users affected by this change? Incredibly important. The way I explain all of my answers is in 4-part format, where I go from first, second, third, and a last point or explanation that I give to the potential employer that might be asking me this type of question. The reason for that is so that they know that I know what I'm talking about, or that you know what you're talking about as well. So that's a good way to basically present your knowledge to them so they can see, oh yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about. Simple as that. All right, let's get to it. So first part of my answer would be, I would make sure that users and management is aware that the change is coming and how it will affect them. So I would let them know. I would go to the users and their management and let them know that this change is coming, and I would tell them how it will affect them. So the way I would do this is, there are a couple of ways you can do this. You can go to them directly and go to the management first and tell them, hey, we're going to do this. There's a big project coming. We are switching all the users. We're switching everybody to a new domain. You don't have to be too technical about it. You just kind of have to give them a gist of it, because they won't necessarily know the technical parts of any of this. Or you can just send an email to everybody that is being affected. But a lot of times management will say, okay, we will handle the part of letting the users know. So this is just something you would have to figure out. But the reason for that is, when you switch to a new domain, there are a couple of changes that could happen. Users could get new local profiles, and let me show you what I mean here. Depending how it's set up, depending how things are set up, I'm going to wake up my remote computer is asleep. In case you didn't know this actually pings the computer to it will wake up as soon as you do it a couple of times. It takes like 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and then eventually it gets you to it. Okay, so let me show you what I mean. When it comes to switching to a new domain, if you look at somebody's local profile, in this case I'm using YT login, as you probably caught that earlier, and chances are pretty high that if I get switched over to a new domain, that I may get a new login, or it would be the same login but it would be a different domain. So chances are, what I'm trying to say is that a new profile might end up being created next time they log in, because they switched over to the new domain. So it might look something like this. So instead of just being called YT login, in my case, it could be called, and let me just create a new folder here just to show you a kind of fake profile, just to show you what might happen next time you log in. So it might say YT, I said YT login, and then it might be just something like this, .new domain, or something like that. And it would specify that, you have now everything that's in this one, original one, is there, but this one is empty. You get it? So that's what might happen. However, in a perfect world, I want to say, I have everything set up so that I have to provide admin privileges to make any changes. So in a perfect setup, this would just basically move all the files to the new login or to the new profile that I just showed you. So all the files that they had in documents, favorites, all their stuff would be moved over, or they would have a different way of just making sure that everything is migrated properly. But you do have to let people know in case things go bad. They would, they would log in next day and they would, wow, where's my stuff? You know what I mean? That's what might happen. So you just got to let them know to be ready for that. Second, I would choose a few machines to be converted ahead of time for testing purposes. This is, obviously, guys, very, very important. Every time you work on a project, you want to make sure that you have some testing done. And the way you do this, pick a few machines to be converted ahead of time for testing purposes. Now, in this case, we are also assuming that computers themselves are also going to the new domain, right? That would perfectly make sense. Since users are going to the new domain, of course, all the computers will be going to a new domain as well. So this is something that has to be tested. And the way you would do that, you would just choose a few machines, and then you would communicate this with the network team. This is why I kind of said from a desktop support point of view and not Active Directory, because chances are you would be working with the network team on this, and they would deal with the Active Directory part of it. So you just tell them, okay, I have, I don't know, let's say 5 machines. Convert them to the new domain, and then you can log in and test it. Third, I would reach out to department managers to coordinate the switch so that the production impact is minimized. This is kind of self-explanatory. You would basically just talk to the department managers or managers in general to kind of pick a good time to do this. So you don't want to do it during business hours or anything like that, because that would be a production impact. You know, what if it doesn't work? Then you got a lot of people, potentially 1,000 people. Let's say you have 1,000 people at your location that you support. Then everybody might be down. But this is a huge, huge deal. So, you know, we got to make sure we do that. And of course, with those 5 or few machines that you picked, you can have actual users, people to use them and test them. You don't, you know, you can do testings yourself, but the best way to do it, in my opinion, is to have actual users dedicated that can test this for you. And you can talk to the managers and say, hey, I need 5 people to test this. And then you would test this over time. This would involve application and website access testing on the new domain before converting everyone else. And the reason you would, you know, involve testing of applications and website access is because the firewall settings. If the new domain already has exclusions for the firewall, then that's fine. But if it doesn't have the same exclusions as the old domain, then chances are some of these websites and applications may not work because the firewall would be an issue. So just kind of keep that in mind. These are things you have to test before you proceed with converting everybody. You know what I mean? So the last thing we want to do is, once all the testing on a new domain is successful, a green light would be given to convert all other machines to the new domain as well as the users. So, you know, once everything's working fine, there are no problems with the testing, you can, you know, if you feel comfortable with it, you can convert everybody at once, or you can just, you know, do, I don't know, 50 at a time or something like that. You know, this is something, you know, you would kind of decide for yourself. And depending on, you know, it's very situational. You know, all the businesses are different. Some businesses may not be affected that much by it. There are so many factors, guys, that you would really have to kind of decide on your own as you're doing the testing. And this would come just from being familiar with the place you work at, you know. Let's look at this first question that we are going to talk about today. And it's related to when using a remote desktop, you come to realize that the remote computer is not reachable by using a host name. So let's see what happens when you normally try to connect to a remote desktop. I'm going to open up a remote desktop here, and I'm going to connect to my computer that's called Tech Support. This is a host name for this computer. Now, not to be confused with the IP address. You can also connect using an IP address to a remote computer. So instead of just typing in tech support, which you would normally do when it comes to a business environment, you can also type in, and let's see, ping tech support. You can also use its IP address. And in our case, this is a version 6 IP address, which we would use to connect to that computer. So in a business type of environment, chances are you would see a normal, standard type of IP address that's just, regular version 4, and that's perfectly fine. So instead of using the host name, you would type in that IP address in here, and it would connect the same way. But normally, all you would do is just type in the host name, click connect, and then you can type in your login ID, which I already have. It's called YT login, and then you would type in your password, and it would connect just like this. Just a moment, let me switch my picture here real quick. There it is. Okay. I almost needed to troubleshoot that first. So this is what happens when you connect to a remote computer. Now, you can pretty much do everything that you would normally do, and that's the whole point of remote desktop video. So this is normal. But let's see what happens when I know that a computer is turned on and we try to connect to it. So my other computer is just called cobuman, and on it I have the remote desktop is disabled. So when I try to connect to it now from this computer, it's going to fail. And we'll see what the errors are. You see, it says remote desktop can't connect to the remote computer for one of the reasons. Remote access to the server is not enabled. So what is that? What is that? Well, let's have a look. If I go to properties of this computer, so you go to properties of this computer, we can see, okay, I just want to make sure I have this. Okay, there it is. It says remote access to the server is not enabled. That means that when we go to advanced system settings here, okay, and it's asking me for admin privileges, so I can access this. If you go to the advanced system properties and go to the far right tab, which is called remote, this may be disabled like so, right? That might be the cause, and that's what that is talking about. I don't know if you saw that. It actually flashed it for a second. I thought I was going to disconnect it, although I didn't click apply or OK or anything like that. So, and the next thing that it says here, the remote computer the remote computer is turned off, which is not, or third, the remote computer is not available on the network. Right. So those are the key factors for a successful remote desktop session. However, if we go back to our question, it says here, keep in mind the remote computer is turned on and it's awake and it's on the same network. You see, it says keep in mind the remote computer is turned on, awake, and on the same physical network. So that's not the problem. So what would I do? What would I do? The way I would answer this question or troubleshoot this is, well, first of all, if this is an interview type of situation, I would, present them, few ways of going about it and what it may be. This is just to give the potential employer or a future employer an idea of how I troubleshoot things, and also that I am indeed knowledgeable and know what I'm talking about. So I would have first, second, third, and last example of what it could be, right? So my first idea would be, well, I would check to see if the remote computer's host name is part of the same domain. And the way you check that is by going to the Active Directory. You see, you just see if if that host name is there. For example, we used here, cobuman as the name of the host. So I would go inside of Active Directory and say, hey, is cobuman, as in the name of the computer host name, is it in there or not? And then go from there. And then also I would check to see if the remote computer is enabled within the domain, even if it has been added. So of course, it could be part of the domain, but it could also be disabled. So once it's part of a domain or Active Directory, if you will, you can have a host name in there, but if it's disabled, then it's not usable, right? So second thing, I would try to ping the computer by using the host name. If an error comes up, if an error comes up, it would determine my next step. So we did a ping here for the tech support, And let's go ahead and do the same thing for the other one since we started doing that one. Let's ping cobuman here. CMD ping cobuman. See, there's another proof here that the computer is turned on. We just can't reach it. And this is a normal ping. It's a zero loss. Zero loss. That means the computer is turned on and everything's fine. There's connection there. We just cannot connect to it as we've demonstrated earlier. So what could be the problem? Let's go back to our answer for the second. For example, if the message says cannot resolve hostname, I would try pinging the computer using its IP address. So that kind of goes back to me connecting to a computer just by using an IP address. So, and that, my third part of that actually ties into that on what the reason for that is. If there is an issue with DNS, meaning that the main name service, I think I got that, DNS, the main name service, the main name system. I think that's what it actually stands for. Basically what that does is resolves, it basically takes the host name, in our case cobuman, and tells the server or other computers on the network what the IP address for that is. So cobuman, as the name of the computer, is basically just an alias, right? And the DNS basically takes that and it translates it and it forwards it to the correct IP address automatically. So if I can't connect to the cobuman by using a host name, but I can connect using the IP address like this, if I can if I can highlight it. All right, Control C. If I can connect to it just like that without any problems using the IP address, that means that there is an issue with the DNS. That means the DNS is not doing its job. It's not taking cobuman and translating it into the IP address, which it should be, right? So if that works, by using an IP address, then, that's fine for now, but there is an issue. Third, I would check for possible DNS issues if computer is reachable via IP address. And that's exactly what I talked about previously. If using IP address, I can connect to the remote computer or use remote desktop session, it would indicate a replication issue of the DNS server. So, right. So, another reason is, if the computer has, if there's an issue with the DNS, chances are it didn't replicate. So, maybe the computer just got added on there or it got moved or something like that, and the DNS server could not catch up with the change. It doesn't realize that it moved to another IP address. That could also be an issue. But generally speaking, if you cannot connect to the remote computer using just a host name, but you can with an IP address, that indicates just a DNS issue. And lastly, if I have physical access to the computer, I would check the DHCP settings or look at possible hardware issues or LAN connection issues. So basically, if I go to the computer physically, if I have physical access to it, if I am at the location there working for some kind of tech support there, I would go to the computer, log into it, and look at the DHCP settings. So what is that? Dynamic host configuration protocol settings that are on your adapter. So I'm going to look up my adapter here and look at DHCP settings. I'm going to go in here, change adapter settings. Here is my local Ethernet 2. I'm going to look at the properties. And I'm going to look at the properties, and then I'm going to, let's see, where is it? Internet Protocol version 6. So we know we were using Internet Protocol version 6, so we're going to double check that, and then we're going to check at this. If this needs to be configured manually, we would have to do so. Otherwise, this should be just set to automatic. And this is usually what you would see in this type of DHCP setting. Now, not to be confused with DHCP server itself, that's different. That's your actual like switch on the network, or for example, your home router is a DHCP server, dynamic host configuration protocol. So I would make sure that looks good, and also look at possible hardware issues or LAN connection issues. So chances are maybe there's a bad cable, or because if it's on the network and it's physically connected, then chances are this is not the issue. However, it's unlikely if computer is reachable by IP address or if it has been part of the network for some time. So the worst case scenario here being a DNS issue if you can't reach it with the host name only, and that's exactly what the question was about. So the point of this video is to kind of get you thinking on how host names work in relation to the DNS, and how this issue may come up whenever you use remote desktop sessions. All right, let's get to it. The entire building is switching over to gigabit network, and you are to assist with the process. How would you handle this project? So you can see that this question is specifically tailored for somebody who does desktop support at the site. So meaning you're physically there, and then you are to assist with switching over to the gigabit network. The reason you are to assist with the process is because you're not going to do the networking part of it, meaning that you won't be assigning IP addresses or anything like that. That's done by the network team. You are the desktop support guy, or tech support guy, if you will, that will basically run the cables and do everything else, which I will talk about here shortly. First, I would work with the network team to decide of the new IP network ranges. This is incredibly important. If your company has firewall settings or a firewall configuration that is specific to certain applications, certain websites, then you would need to know what the new IP network ranges are. This is something that you need to have anyways, but the main reason is to make sure that all of these applications that are used by people can also go through the firewall. So the old IP range had firewall settings set up for the old one. Now you need the new IP network ranges to inform the firewall team to make these changes so that applications and the websites and anything that's external will work properly. Also, sometimes you have to notify the external third parties that allow inbound connections from certain IP ranges. You need to let them know as well. And to make sure that certain machines receive static IP addresses. Now, I kind of touched on this on my previous video, which was related to setting up a printer on a network, which requires a static IP address, but that's not the main reason. I mean, that's one of the reasons, but the main reason being is servers. All the servers that you have at your location, they all need IP addresses, and they need to be configured with the new IP addresses, including printers. Second, if any network cables need to be upgraded, it will be coordinated with members of desktop support and network team. For example, Cat5e is a minimal cable rating for gigabit speeds. So the way you would do this is that you may have to make sure that it's at least Cat5e, which I believe is 1000 megabits per second connection speed, which is basically entry-level gigabit network speed. Otherwise, you would want to use Cat6. And you would coordinate this with the members of desktop support, meaning hopefully there's somebody else there that works with you. I mean, it may not be, if it's a smaller company, but if it's a larger company, there's probably other members there that you may need assistance with, especially if you need to run the new cables through the building, which is a lot of work. And of course, you wouldn't coordinate this with the network team. Basically, you just let them know, okay, I've connected all of this, try these ports or something like that, and let's test it out, type of thing. Third, if any changes affects the printers and other static devices such as servers, this has to be communicated to the users and make appropriate changes to each machine. So this touches on exactly what I talked about earlier related to the static IP addresses. If any changes affect printers, of course, you have to let the users know. You have to communicate this to the users or make the changes yourself and tell them, okay, this printer that's here is no longer using this IP address. So you have to go to their computer or tell them to do it and say, okay, you have to add the printer in there again because it's not going to work. It's just going to stop working because the address has changed. And of course, make appropriate changes to each machine. I was referring this to the users, but also this needs to be applied to the servers themselves as well, or any storage that needs to be, static. Lastly, the most important thing would be the testing part before deployment, because there's a chance that certain applications require firewall exceptions for their IP or a range of IP addresses. And this also refers back to the IP ranges that all the applications need to have a firewall exclusions, exceptions, or whatever you want to call it. We want to make sure that the new IP range and the IP addresses can go through the firewall. All right, guys, I hope you like this video. Share it with your buddies. I'd really appreciate it. I'd made 5 more videos of this, and there will be more. But thank you so much for watching. If you want to check those out, again, there will be here as I speak. And I wish you good luck, best of luck, enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
Hello my friends, my name is Irvin, also known as cobuman. Today's video I will show you how to properly reset Chrome. If you are someone like me who works in PC support, desktop support, help desk, or anything similar of that nature, you may be realizing that your business or the company that you work for is slowly moving over to Google Chrome. And this is something that we are not used to dealing with because in the past, Internet Explorer was the main browser for all businesses. Of course, if you're watching this as someone who needs to know how to fix Chrome for your personal computer, this might help you as well. So make sure you stick around as I will show you how to properly reset Google Chrome, which could resolve all your issues. But before I do that, I just want to quickly talk about how Google Chrome functions and when it comes to user experience, and what are some things to keep in mind and why things work and why some things don't work, as opposed to in comparison to Internet Explorer, right? Main thing to compare or to kind of realize that Google Chrome has an ability to share its data across multiple computers. So what that means is that if you look on the right hand side here and you see the little person icon there, that means you can log in to Chrome with your Google login account. And what happens is if you use that same login at another computer, it will transfer all of your data. That includes the cache data, all of your bookmarks, all your favorites, if you will, and everything else, even up to your history, your search history. So that's good if you don't mind Google, having access to your personal data. I personally do not do that, but it's up to you. Some businesses use their own version of Google services that also does this when it comes to mail service. So some businesses are switching over to Gmail for their email service. So this is what happens, except they are running on a separate server network that just maintains that type of login and access for that business only. Anyways, that's just a quick intro to Google Chrome, but when it comes to just regular users, that's what it does for you. If you sign into Chrome, and not just here where I'm at right now, let me go back real quick. If you go to google.com and click Gmail, this will let you, log into your Gmail account through the browser. This does not sign you into Chrome. If you want to log into Chrome, you have to go over here and then sign into Chrome. If you don't see a login button here, you can click Manage People and then add a person, or you can just double click and make changes here, and this will let you log into Google Chrome browser. So as you've noticed, Google Chrome is kind of turning more into an operating system. Hence, we have some laptops that are also known as Chromebooks. I hope that makes sense so far. So let's see. We are switching over from Internet Explorer to Google Chrome support because our business is suddenly using Google Chrome, probably because it's more affordable and Google offers a lot of different products, including Google Docs. As you can see, Google Drive,
all kinds of different things that are very useful for businesses, and it probably is a lot cheaper rather than running their own email exchange server. As promised, let's say you are experiencing some issues. Let's say you go to google.com or some other website and some things don't work, and then you realize that the best thing to do right now to hopefully resolve the issue that you're having, that you're having personally, or you are helping a user at your work. You're trying to help them resolve their issue. So the best thing to do is, a typical thing that you do is, and that would be, is to reset the browser itself, meaning that clear cookies, clearing their history, this and that. So how do you do that in Chrome? We know that in IE, you can simply just go in and just find your internet options, right? Internet options. You go to internet options, and if you want to clear cookies, you can certainly do that here, right here, browsing history, and that might have solved some issues. Or you can go over here and do a full restore of the advanced internet and do a full reset. You just select that, and it just does everything for you, and that's that. That's how you do it with IE, and then you're done, right? Unless you have to go back in and change the proxy settings, but that's different. You will know this according to your business environment. In Google Chrome, you have an option to reset it, but that actually doesn't do a full reset. This is why I was saying, if you're interested in fully resetting Google Chrome, you might want to stick around fully for this entire video in order for you to understand what I'm talking about. So let's see, if we go to here, if we go to little three dots here, next to our little icon here, if we select that, so we can open up this little menu right here, we just have to go down here to settings, right? We're going to open up settings, and in here there's definitely a way to reset Chrome per se, right? In quotation mark, and you can scroll down and look for it through the menus, blah blah blah, or you can just simply type in reset. So this is a great thing about Google Chrome. It lets you search for everything that you need to access, as long as you know what you're looking for. So here's the thing. Here's what you see. You get a couple different options. You get restore settings, and then you click on restore settings to their original defaults, and you do that. And what it says here, this will restore startup page, new tab page, search engine, pin tabs, and would also disable all extension clear temporary data like cookies. Your bookmarks, history, and save passwords will not be cleared. So it does all that, except it doesn't remove your bookmarks, and history and save passwords will not be cleared. So here's where it differs compared to Internet Explorer. Internet Explorer will do all of this here, except it will save your bookmarks in Internet Explorer, but that's about the only thing that's similar here. So if you want to do that, you can certainly click reset, and it will do all that stuff. Of course, it still retains all the configuration data that's embedded within Google Chrome, and it's also embedded within your profile. Remember that profile I talked to you about, that you log in here, and then it lets you sync all your data with multiple computers? That is still there. That is still not removed. So what else do we have? This other thing that says clean up your computer is not related to this at all. So I have no idea why it came up whatsoever. So the only option we have here is to do this, and that actually does not resolve the issue. As I said, it still retains all the data that's specifically related to your profile for the Google Chrome login that's shared with multiple computers. And I apologize for repeating myself and kind of going a roundabout way to explain. Is just the way I teach. This is my style of teaching, so I hope you understand that. So I will show you how to fully do it. You can go in, and it gives you an option to change to a different person. So if you go here, manage, so if you click on the little guy and then click manage people, you can create another person, and that will reset it. However, you'll still have the other data conflicting, and you can select your icons or whatever. That's unrelated, but that's not what we want, because only one person is using this computer. We really want a full clean reset of Google Chrome. So in order for this to happen, and you can do this remotely while you're working with somebody. Let's say you're a help desk guy, or you're a tech support guy of some kind, and you're doing some kind of remote, or you have an option to do a remote support. You can just tell them, or whether you're talking to them on the phone or you're talking to them over some kind of a chat system, you can just tell them, okay, go ahead and close your Chrome. Make sure the Chrome is closed. And they will do that, and you will know whether they actually did it. You don't even have to watch their screen at all. But if you do have access to their screen, even better. Of course, if you do have a remote connection to their computer, just make sure that the Chrome is not running in the background as so in the processes. IE tends to do that. I've seen that quite a few times where it likes to hide in the background. So now that we know Chrome is closed, we're going to fully reset it. And the reason I had you reset is because the way we're going to do it is by simply removing all the data that is associated with that current user profile for Chrome specifically. That thing that I said where it shares data across multiple computers. So the way to do that is go to the root of C, go to local profiles for the users, which will be located under C, users, and then